Hi everyone. Welcome to the 38th Celebrity Typing live stream. I think this is actually a record for the greatest number of super chats before I've even started. So greatly appreciated, everyone. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Marty. Absolutely wonderful. So let me see let me think. Pounds, euros, dollars. Which one is the most? I think pounds are actually. Yeah, I'll probably have to go with Ronaldo Nazário de Lima first. So thank you very much, Claudia. Greatly appreciated. Thank you to everyone else who's made that super chat. Absolutely lovely. To those who don't know, those who are tuning in but do not know what the rules are when it comes to doing this, the idea is that you make a super chat. That super chat has to be at least $20, and I will type the person who you want me to type. You just put the name in the super chat. I will prioritize the higher number, the higher amount of money each time, which is why I'm prioritizing £20 over $20 and €20. But yes, the idea is that whoever makes the largest super chat will be put ahead of the others, essentially. But yes, will, of course, get to everyone's in the time available. So yes, let's get started then. But if anyone else wants to make a super chat in the meantime, anyone else is watching who'd like me to look at any public figure, anyone alive or dead, doesn't matter, as long as they are a public figure, as long as there's enough information about them online for me to have a look at them, then yes, all we have to do is make that super chat and I'll have a look at that person. But please do not ask me to look at anyone who is someone you know personally, where there isn't that information online, isn't that information available. If they are more of a private person than a public figure, then I simply won't have enough information to look at them. But yes, okay, let's start with Ronaldo Nazário de Lima. Now, I often like Claudia's recommendations, often historical figures, sometimes relatively obscure historical figures, which I'm always very interesting. I like to learn a lot from doing research into whatever Claudia recommends. Let's look at this person. I can see that actually Holly's recommended someone from an anime. So, yeah, I can do that. What I would say just to that one, Pavalkyrie, is that there isn't a guarantee that I'm going to be able to come to a definite typing if the person is an anime figure or any other fictional character. The reason being there's no guarantee that the character has been created in a coherent manner. I'll nevertheless do my best. And yes, if there's good writing, if it's good anime, and I've heard Berserk is pretty good, then there should be a coherent typing at the end of it. But yes, there's no guarantee because they're not a real person. But yes, Ronaldo Nazario de Lima. Oh, footballer. Makes sense. It has been the World Cup. Um, right. It's actually for once from Claudio Son, who isn't historical, but is alive today. Let's take a look. He's retired. There we go. Um, so Ronaldo Luis Nazario de Lima um, is a retired Brazilian professional footballer who played primarily as a striker. He's widely recognized for his explosive pace, technical skill, and prolific goal scoring. Often regarded as one of the greatest forwards in football history. He has a professional career with Cruzeiro in 1993. We helped win the Copa do Brasil before moving to Europe with PSV Eindhoven in 1994. It's 18 years he played for elite clubs including Barcelona, Inter Milan, Real Madrid, AC Milan, Corinthians, amassing over 400 career goals, despite suffering severe knee injuries that sidelined him for extended periods. Okay, so basically one of the best forwards in history. Okay, great goal scorer. Let me see. So he had early challenges. Father who struggled with alcoholism, abandoned the family when he was 11, leaving his mother, Sonia, to raise the three children alone while working long hours as a cook and cleaning to support them. He took on responsibility to help care for his older siblings, often running errands or assisting with household tasks and in the modest living conditions of a home. limited opportunities, community reliance on informal economies, another's black market, exposed him to reality of poverty. He didn't have direct ties to the slums, fortunately. From early age, he was immersed in street football, in the islands open spaces of Bento Ribeiro, so the recreation and escape in the urban landscape. He began his organized football journey in the Bento Ribeiro neighborhood, joining his Social Ramos club. Age of 12, he played futsal and quickly demonstrated exceptional talent by scoring 166 goals in his first season. 16 into a trial with Cruzeiro in Belo Horizonte, facilitated by Brazilian football legend, right, and he led into a signaling for approximately $50,000 after present youth assessments. Okay, so it's all about his talent as a footballer. Okay, where does it get to personality? Let's see. He faced significant adaptation challenges, balancing intense physical demands of professional football, so robust tackles from seasoned defenders, with burgeoning media scrutiny that turned him into a national sensation overnight. His rapid rise coming to the high-profile transfer to PSV Eindhoven. He booked $6 million, a record for a team at the time, and testament to his immediate impact in Brazilian football. Why do you have such an immediate impact? Let's see. He rapidly established as a key figure, scored a total of 44 goals and 47 appearances, particularly his explosive pace, dribbling ability, and finishing prowess. The youngest player to score a hat trick in international club competition at 17 years old. He had clinical finishing and the ability to dominate defenses single-handedly. So he's not only propelled him to domestic success, but drew widespread attention, marking him as a generational talent. This is a guy who just seems to be very, very capable at sort of offensive tactics in getting that ball in the goal. Very good aim, I'm assuming, but also more than just the aim, because, you know, no matter how well you aim, a goal could probably get to it. It's exploiting different situations, and different positioning to jump in and take that shot and then actually get it into the goal. I seem to be better at doing it than almost anyone else. And then you got injured as well. Around time at Inter Milan took a dramatic turn. He suffered a knee injury, severe knee injury during a Serie A match, scoring a 6-0 victory before collapsing with a ruptured patella tendon. It sounds to me like he overdid it, potentially. So 6 into an attempted comeback, he suffered even more devastating blows, his knee giving way completely, resulting in a full rupture of the patella tendon. His second injury made it feel like his knee had exploded. Another surgery, 16-month absence. Tensions rose with coach Marcello Lippi taking over Inter and delayed his reintegration, creating friction within the club. His cautious approach in protecting the player highlighted his struggles to regain his pre-injury explosiveness, exacerbating frustration as Inter failed to challenge for the Scudetto. Injury took a heavy psychological toll on Ronaldo, reports of depression emerging after 2000 setback. As he grappled with doubts about ever returning to elite football. Described the pain as so intense that life began and ended on the pitch. In reflections years later, he linked these periods to broader mental health challenges, noting the lack of support for such issues in football at the time. So this is a guy who defined his life entirely in terms of his success in football, and his health and well-being was, I think, second really to that, it seems. He then departed later, 2002, for Real Madrid. And his 5-year stint in Italy on a note of unfulfilled potential. Allowed him to seek a fresh start away from the injured defined his Nerazzurri years. He joined Real Madrid, becoming the latest high-profile addition to the club's Galacticos era. What else? What's it with David Beckham? Interesting. In declining form, though. So at the top, pro say pre-injury is like both Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo combined. That's according to Deacon 89. So basically, one of the best ever. One of the best ever, it seems. Cloud, is that what you're thinking? Well, I need to see. Not if I'm going by what my interpretation of what I've seen so far. Um, so the season at AC Milan was overshadowed by persistent injuries, limiting him to just 9 appearances across all competitions, which he scored 1 goal. Um, a thigh muscle tear sustained during training, cited for nearly 2 months. It's sort of a glass cannon sort of thing here, right? He's the best at offense, right? And he goes all out, but then he injures himself. Um, he keeps on injuring himself, and he can't bear to be out of the action almost. His declining form during the 2004-2005, he scored 24 goals and 40 appearances, contributing significantly to the team's attack despite the club finishing fourth. Coach publicly criticized Ronaldo's physical condition, accusing of weight gain and lack of discipline, which strained their relationship, contributed to the coach's dismissal later that year. His form declined sharply due to recurring injuries and fitness problems. In just 15 goals and 69 appearances. He was benched by new manager Fabio Capello, who viewed him as a disruptive influence due to his partying habits and refused to adhere to a strict diet. But despite praising Ronaldo as the most talented player ever coached, pushed for his exit. Goodness. Reflecting on this period later, he admitted to personal struggles with weight and lifestyle, saying he felt defeated by overeating and the emotional toll of his physical changes, which exacerbated his challenges at the club. Okay, so that's interesting. It's almost like the injury sort of changed him, changed how he approached the game. He was in such momentum, and the injury took him out. And then he got into this habit of almost seemingly overeating. Playing style and career impact. What's to say here? The full to retire professional football in 2011. His body could no longer withstand the rigors of a game amid ongoing injury battles. But the announcement, in fact, it ended his international tenure. He not played for the national team in nearly 5 years. The whole farewell appearance. Yeah. The biggest appearance, of course, 4 FIFA World Cups, 15 goals, most at the time, along with participation in 3 Copa America tournaments. Retired with ambassadorial roles of CBF, most notably as the official ambassador for the World Cup in Brazil, where he promoted the event and engaged in promotional activities to boost global interest. He leveraged his status as a 2-time World Cup winner to represent Brazilian football on the international stage, including public appearances and media engagements. His technical attributes and playing style, he's celebrated for his explosive speed, which enabled him to surge past defenders while maintaining exceptional control of the ball. Medical assessment during this time estimated that he could run 100 meters, probably approximately 10.2 seconds, making one of the quickest forwards in football history. This attribute is particularly evident in his ability to accelerate rapidly from deep positions, turning transitions to goal scoring opportunities with devastating effect. Let me see some example of this actually. Come on. Ronaldo, Nazario, Lima. Best goals. Maybe 1 or 2 best goals. Might as well. Specifically. Okay. Just sort of gets past them and Okay. Okay. So yeah, highly capable of sort of rushing forward very quickly and getting the goal. Let's see this. Literally charges through. Wow. Well, highly effective. The phenomenon. They say never walk again, apparently. He was able to go out and do that. So yeah, the match was particularly evident in his ability to accelerate rapidly from deep positions, turning transitions to goal scoring opportunities, just like what we saw there. Turning transitions to goal scoring opportunities with devastating effect. It was once remarked that he was faster with the ball than most people were without it, highlighting how his pace overwhelmed even elite defenses. His dribbling prowess stood out in tight spaces, with then strength, quick feet, precise close control to navigate through multiple opponents. There's that tactical ability he seems to have had. Frequently employed signature feints, such as a step over to deceive markers, create space moves at left defenders, describing him as unstoppable. As an all-round finisher, he excelled with either foot, delivering clinical strikes from acute angles, or in one-on-one scenarios with ruthless precision. His shooting combined power and accuracy, often slowing down mid-stride to maintain composure before unleashing shots. Shots that caught goalkeepers off guard. Chris Holm evolved from a versatile winger in his youth days, where he beat Burton scene as a 16-year-old with wide-ranging runs, to a complete number 9 during his transformative spell at Barcelona. They redefined the central striker Robert, dropping deep to receive the ball, showing past challengers, and driving forward with explosive bursts, blending the freedom of a winger with the instincts of a poacher. Um, Despite his 1.83-meter frame, which was modest for a traditional target man, he developed respectable aerial ability through superior timing and elevation, contributing to his all-phase threat in the box. This evolution allowed him to influence games comprehensively, creating as effectively as he scored. He drew significant inspiration from Romario, whom he admired, who advised him on his early move to Europe, shaping his opportunistic finishing and flair. His extraordinary ball control and ability to glide past opponents also invited frequent comparisons to Diego Maradona. Observers noting similarities in the hypnotic dribbling and game-changing individualism. However, Ronaldo's style was not without vulnerabilities. His game heavily relied on his pre-injury pace, for his signature surges, which formed the core of his attacking potency. He occasionally displayed a fiery temperament as seen in disciplinary tensions during international campaigns, which rarely overshadowed his technical brilliance. It's that explosive move forward which enabled him amazing speed, but also threatened to destroy his knee and other ligaments. Um, and that also then caused him to have his injuries. Marked by severe knee problems, began in late 1999, recovered throughout his career, significantly altering his physical capabilities and role in the pitch. Back-to-back knee injuries forced him to undergo extensive rehabilitation, including intensive physiotherapy sessions that he later called endless torture, supported by Brazilian physio Nilton Petrone. Um, Psychological support from family, from the birth of his son, Ronald, during recovery, played a crucial role in his mental resilience. Later revealed ongoing therapy for the emotional toll of his setbacks. Caused significant weight fluctuations, with his frame varying from around 85 kilograms over 100 kilograms due to prolonged inactivity and medications, exacerbating recovery challenges. The critical consequences were profound. His explosive pre-injury style, caused by blistering speed and direct runs, gave it to a more calculated approach and deeper roles to preserve his mobility. Basically, once he bust his knee, it was like he was operating with an arm, or you should say almost a leg tied behind his back. He just wasn't the same. He was still capable, but not the once in a generation talent that he was before. He's also diagnosed with hypothyroidism linked to a pituitary gland issue. It slowed his metabolism. Well, there's another thing. It's not that he's just he's overeating, it's that he had a metabolic condition. and contributed to further weight gain, ultimately influenced retirement announcement in 2011. Despite his obstacles, his determination had a triumphant return for 2002 FIFA World Cup, but the cumulative effects shortened his elite level career and shifted him toward less demanding positions later on. He revolutionized the centre forward position, redefining athleticism for strikers by combining blistering speed, power, and dribbling in ways previously unseen. Right. Personal life. Yeah. His first marriage was to a Brazilian footballer model. They divorced in 2003 following separation. His second marriage to another model, Kikarelli, lasted 3 months and ended amid reports of a miscarriage. And for the third time, to public relations professional Maria Beatrice, whom he separated in 2012 after 4 years together, with 2 daughters. He then wed. Okay, so that's four marriages. He has 4 children from 3 different relationships. His eldest child is son Ronald. He pursued e-football in Spain before shifting to acting and music. Yeah. Youngest child is son Alexander, born to model Michelle Umetsu. Which one's Umetsu? Is that? Okay, so this is someone, right, who's outside of wedlock, right? And it was confirmed paternity through a DNA test shortly after the birth, and he then underwent a vasectomy later that year. So the vasectomy is basically, it sounds to me like he was seeing women outside of his marriages. Potentially, let me just check that. 2010. No. Okay. So, he was married to Maria Beatrice Anthony. He separated in 2012 after 4 years together, but right, it's clear that he was unfaithful in that period, and yeah, had a child with Michelle Umetsu, and then he had a vasectomy later that year. Why would you have a vasectomy after finding out that you've been unfaithful? Well, because it means you can continue to be unfaithful, but not be caught out by having kids with paternity tests and all the rest. That's what it seems. Throughout his career, his family provided emotional support, particularly during his prolonged injury recoveries. He has a relatively low profile. Family life in Brazil focuses on co-parenting his children while sharing occasional family moments on social media with his wife, Selena. Christian faith is a fundamental aspect of his life. Since childhood, he was not formally baptized until adulthood. He's a culturally Christian environment. He's interested deepening commitment by completing the Camino de Santiago pilgrimage on a bicycle. It was a vow made during a difficult period in his life. In 1946, he received the sacraments of baptism, confirmation, First Holy Communion, marking his formal entry into the Catholic Church. So the Christian faith has always been a fundamental part of his life since he was little, but he had not yet been baptized. So the transformed nature of the sacraments, he feels truly regenerated, a child of God, more conscious, more deep, renewed committed to the path of God, for free will, his love of Jesus, etc., etc. Public expressions of faith extend to occasional acknowledgements of divine support in interviews and social media, where he credits spiritual beliefs fostering personal resilience and growth. In post-baptism reflections, he has highlighted how faith provides him with a deep sense of purpose amid life's trials. Okay. Following his retirement, he continues to manage his hyperthyroidism, a condition diagnosed 4 years earlier during a stint at AC Milan, which shows that metabolism contributed to significant weight challenges. After reaching a weight of nearly 120 kilograms, joined Medida Certa weight loss program. Dogging efforts to shed excess pounds through structured diet and exercise regimens. Approximately 17 kilograms over several weeks. His career-long knee injuries have persisted to retirement, causing chronic pain that affects daily activities such as climbing stairs. In recent years, he recommitted to fitness amid his business ventures. Notable improvements in physique by mid-2024 through his consistent gym work and dietary oversight. Right. Following his retirement, he transitioned to media roles. He was a pundit for Rede Globo during the major international tournaments. Become vocal in public commentary and contemporary football figures. Okay, so what am I getting from all of this? I think a guy who excels at the sort of tactical, in the immediate moment positioning, aim, and just explosive ferocity when it comes to rushing forwards and doing things. Someone who does that at the expense of maintaining, keeping things cool, which is why he injured himself. Someone I think is also quite emotionally passionate and expressively. Someone talks about his religion and the sort of purpose it grants to him. Someone who, at the same time, has multiple failed marriages and infidelities as well. So my impression from this is not so much SEI. I'm wondering about SLE at the moment. I'm going to see if that is backed up by other things, such as interviews. So let me try some interviews and see if that does seem to make sense. And then World Economic Forum, goodness. Bubo's asking is the SEE. We'll have to see. Some footballers were asked about him.
He was fast, intelligent. He could absolutely everything. This is unbelievable. This is not real. R9 is the original. He was football because everybody wanted to be him. He was Messi and Cristiano together.
That's what was someone just saying before. It's funny about people. That's what people say.
Cristiano Ronaldo or R9 Ronaldo?
R9.
R9 or Thierry Henry?
R9.
R9 or Wayne Rooney?
Wow. So yeah, this guy better than all of them.
R9 or Didier Drogba?
R9.
R9 or Ruud van Nistelrooy?
We don't need to do this because R9's better than everybody.
R9 Nazario. Okay, I'm not sure what R9 specifically. Oh, I see. Because that's his position 9. That's how they tell between him and the other Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo, I guess. Maybe
basically everything on his own. It was like goal scoring was natural to him. But Ronaldo wasn't about the trickery. Ronaldo was more like 1-on-1, 2v1, 3v1. It didn't matter. He was so quick, agile, with the ball close to his feet. Ronaldo, he has everything. He has everything: skills, scores, dribbling, everything. He's Ronaldo. So I would.
It was just the winning package for that position.
To play with Ronaldo, but he retired. But he's Ronaldo. Nothing much to say about or to talk about, but I love him as a player.
He also started from winger and moved towards centre forward, and the key thing is that agility, that quickness, that adaptability in the moment seems to be the key thing he brings here.
I would love to meet him as a person.
One of the greatest and most natural goal scorers that I have ever seen, Ronaldo.
Oh man, just show the younger audience, please, about this guy. What was great about him.
I think when you watch Ronnie play back in the day, I mean, he's electrifying on every
The total respect to David Beckham as well.
level.
R9 is the original. If R9 was in this era now, 50 goals, minimum in a season in the Premier League, no question. Minimum, and his little haircut.
They're saying better than anyone today, basically, is what they're saying.
He was the man. He was Messi and
And
Cristiano.
they're all saying exactly the same thing. Well, isn't it? Here's a proper interview. Let's take a look at this.
A couple of weeks ago in Lisbon, I got the chance to speak with Ronaldo when he received the Web Summit Innovation in Sport Award. Tickets are already on sale for the next Web Summit event in Toronto in June 2020. Go check out collisionconf.com for details. It was a rare in-depth sit-down and an even rare extended English language interview. He's recently bought himself a football club, so there was a lot to get into. Have a look.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the Web Summit for the great honor to be here and this huge event.
I can see why I was suggesting as SEI. He looks what would you expect an SEI to look like. I don't know. That maybe that's just the facial structure and the curly stuff on top. I don't know.
I'm very glad.
I bet he's a bit overweight here.
I want to thank for this award. Yeah, football for me is everything. So I spent my whole life playing, and 1 year, 3 months ago, I decided to buy a club and start a new era in my short life. I'm still 43 years old, and I think this is amazing to receive in such big trophy for me, because it's very new what I'm doing. And so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nice.
Okay. What else?
President, not more as a player.
Can I ask, why did you buy Valladolid? Why that club?
Well, it's I spent my whole life playing football, learning everything in football, and football is what I know how to do it. It's what I love to do it. I was thinking after football player career, doing something in football, but not coach, because managing 25 players is such a difficult mission. And
Okay. Doesn't want to be a coach. Don't want to do that sort of thing. You're sort of training people up.
I was studying a lot. I stopped playing 2011.
The two things there, it doesn't want to manage all the different sorts of people. But also something like coach, you're dedicating your knowledge to keep people at top condition. As he's an SE, I'd be surprised if an SEE would shy away from becoming a coach. Especially one who's like at the top of his game, like going on and being a coach after being the top. I could see an SEE doing that. I think that fits into the extroverted logic side of things. And also as a coach, you are in charge of people. You're at top. You are leading these people. You're managing these different relationships. So why would an SEE want to become a coach? Yeah, I say actually being a football coach after being the top player is almost like the ideal natural transition for an SEE.
And then I start my new era doing sport marketing in Brazil. I open sport marketing agents with WPP in Brazil, called 9. And after 3 years, we closed, but it was a very good experience for me. After that, I have been spent 2 years in Miami, not exactly Miami, Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
I bought a team in Fort Lauderdale called Striking. It was a very historic team in the US, playing NSL division. And after 2 years, I decided to quit. So I've been moving to London.
London.
Practice and learn.
Maybe I'll bump into him one day.
Administration. And I come back 2 years ago to Madrid and I was looking for a team to buy. So
Definitely a team in Spain, or did you check in Italy or Holland? Were you interested in?
I was looking everywhere. I
Right.
was looking in England, second division, of course, because first division was too expensive for me. Even second division is still expensive because of the TV rights in UK. So I was looking in Portugal, and I'm still looking in Portugal something. I was looking in Spain. Then I went to World Cup in Russia, work as a commentator for Brazilian TV.
And by choosing to become a commentator, he is someone who is seen. He is someone who is, in front of the public. They know who he is. He can talk about that. He can share what he knows about the game in a way where it's about his interpretation of what's being done in public, rather than working with the players one to one in order to sharpen up their skills, where it's all about competence. As a commentator, it's not really about competence, it's about knowing. It's about knowing how the game's played. It's about giving your thoughts on what you would have done at that point. It's resting to some degree on your past achievements. This is what Gary Lineker did. When we look at Gary Lineker, we end up typing as an ESE. So is that similar kind of thing here? That's what he's leaning back on. I mean, if he's not an SLE, I could see another ESC maybe, but I'm not sure yet.
And I received a call from my lawyer that has received an offer from Valladolid. And that was exactly what I'm looking for, team with big history in Spain, close to Madrid because I live in Madrid. It's a 1 hour, 40 minutes drive. And of course, of the price. And the team actually was in second division. At the end of the World Cup, the team Valladolid get promotion for the first division. And we announced the team at 3 September of so Valladolid is a team with 90 years old. It's the 13th team of history in the league. Okay. So that is perfect. It's a city with 300,000 people.
A nice size, not too big, not too small.
Not too big, not too small. And the only team in the city with the region of 2.5 million people. So that was perfect.
Sort of not the big, not sort of careful in the middle language here.
Opportunity for me, and I decided to jump in and about the team, and I'm very happy. But like every weekend, I suffer so much, and I never suffer like that as a player. But I'm having a lot of fun, and so far we are doing well. We have to improve a lot, but yeah, I'm very happy with the club.
Being a club owner in England, they say the fastest way to become a millionaire is to be a billionaire and buy a football club. So it's risky. It's a risky business.
Yeah, a lot of people.
So yeah, becoming a football club owner, that's interesting.
My money to this business, if there's some billionaire behind me supporting me, but I wish.
So that's interesting. He's handling the business aspect here. It's not about sort of the training and managing people. It's handling the business stuff.
I wish some billionaire support me, but now it's still my money, and I do believe that I can do a beautiful job there and make Valladolid bigger.
What will Ronaldo's football club be? What values do you hold true that will separate Valladolid from other teams? Why do you feel like you can make this a success?
Well, as my experience as a player,
See,
I know how they play, what they play like, what they play want, and I try to be very close to the players and give you everything they want, and
giving them everything that they want.
We have a lot of support. We make this year 22,000 season support, season tickets.
Right? Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot, and it's a record for the club. And,
it's not he hasn't really answered the question, except, oh no, I know what players like, and I know to give them what they want. It's not a very good answer of the question he's been asked. I know English is his first language, of
He's
course, but
supporting us. We did some change in the stadium.
it's quite a superficial answer, if anything. Very superficial answer. And also giving people what they want, making people happy. It's the extroverted ethics side of this again.
This year, I think was the first change in the stadium since the World Cup in 1982 when the stadium was born, and you know, improve the facilities in the club. We want to make a big facility training for the guys, for the players.
Again, for the players.
We know that we cannot compete with the big clubs because they have a lot of money and we don't.
Yeah.
But you know, we need to improve our facility training to make our players, you know, at home. You know.
Yeah. You're obviously very competitive. You won World Cups. You were the best footballer in the world. Is it difficult then to admit that you can't now compete against Barcelona and Real Madrid? How do you balance?
It's interesting that he's saying this, that there isn't a sort of defensiveness around, you know, not competing with these people. You can't compete with these people. That's interesting.
Your own competitive instincts with the reality of the situation.
Yeah, we just played against Barcelona a week ago and was 5-1. Terrible results. And Messi decided to play an unbelievable match. And well, but the difference between us is too many million. You know, Barcelona get like almost 700 million euro for TV rights. We just have the second last budget in the Liga, 32 or 33 million euro. It's very difficult competing.
It doesn't have the cash.
You know, we have to make good players at home and then sell.
That's the key thing. He's being very honest about this. He's not trying to position it as a great sounding club, even though it's not that high up. That's interesting. That sounds odd to me for an SLE. Very odd for an SLE to be doing that.
We are looking for more income money to invest in the club. But you know, we are fighters. You know,
Yeah.
we fight against them. We play against Real Madrid in the Bernabeu Stadium, and we draw 1-1. So it's not about money, but of course, money help a lot.
When you were playing, did you know you would become an owner? Was it always part of your thinking that eventually I don't want to coach, I don't want to be the manager, I don't want to be a technical director, I want to own a club?
No, I didn't deal about that, but you know, other players always call me president, and
so not someone who really thinks ahead in terms of where things are, where he wants to do. He's not that sort of guy. He takes each day as it comes, it seems.
I never knew why, but I was, you know, president of talking with the guys, but now I knew.
Okay, naturally a sociable, relatable person.
Knew that I never been coach. I will never be coach. That's what I knew.
Why not?
Because it's too difficult, you know, managing 25 young players, each one thinking different things and want different things, and it's too difficult. And I prefer being president, be with them.
So that's interesting. He doesn't like having to manage sort of different points of view, you know, having to upset someone. Much rather be the president, where he's the boss, and everyone's happy with him. He just makes he can do things which everyone happy, rather than when he can't make everyone happy. He has to play things off based on competence, what's capability, say no to people. He'd much rather just be the good cop who just creates the nice conditions for people to be happy in. So that's interesting. So I don't think SE.
It's a big challenge for me because it's not easy to compete with the other big clubs, and I brought a very good team that people that I know to help me with the administration. So we have a lot to do, still a lot to do to improve the team. Yeah,
Nothing. He wants other people to do the administration, not so much him.
We will keep fighting.
As a 17-year-old at PSV, you lit up Europe with your smile, and that was synonymous with you all the way through winning the World Cup and playing for Real Madrid. You're smiling still today. The pressure of being president.
Okay, known for the smile, known for the positivity. But was asking if Essie is sociable and people pleasing. No, Essie got nothing to do with people pleasing. Quite the opposite.
How do you deal with that?
Essie is, I want this, I'm getting it.
Well, for me, it's normal that I try to be myself every time, every moment. The players, I know when they see me, they will ask me something like I did before.
Dig's asking about EIE. I do not think this guy has strong introvert intuition at all. I don't see it. I see a guy whose strength and extrovert sensation is there. I don't have good reason to think he actually values extrovert sensation. But I don't think he's someone who's prioritized SI either. I mean, look at his injuries. Okay, he's got in and not looked after himself to that same degree. I don't see any introvert intuition to him. I'm leaning more ESC at this point in time.
Every time ask for more money, for more facilities, to the president, and every time I see the players try to escape.
Like a defender.
I want to look more into why his marriages didn't work out.
It's pretty amazing that you're still using your skills to escape. Can I add?
Let's see if Jem and I can help on this. Infidelity claims, as we inferred, well, deduced. We deduced from the paternity test in this person, during an ongoing relationship. Prevented legal status and personal growing apart. The first marriage lasted 4 years before ending amicably or naturally parting ways. And it's the second one. Famous high society ceremony in France wasn't legally binding because neither finalized past divorces. A few months later, Kikuri publicly blaming Ronaldo's infidelity because of infidelity problems. A 7-year relationship. This is the one where the paternity test showed, he'd been unfaithful. And marriage with 2 daughters, including with an amicable separation in 2012. All right. The infidelity. Why was Ronaldo? Is Ronaldo still unfaithful? Let's see. Let's see what it says. No current reports or evidence suggesting he is. Frequently sharing affectionate updates in their life. He's not someone who he really under a vasectomy, effectively putting into his ear of hyper-romantic scandals. But vasectomy doesn't stop infidelity. It just stops babies out of wedlock. What does Gemini say? Exactly. Yeah, harder to track a scandal. Right. I am interested in that public shit. I am interested in that actually. Chaotic tabloid heavy playboy lifestyle. His playing career to a highly respected, calculating global sports executive. Chaotic lifestyle, night walker, frequenting nightclubs, throwing wild parties, jumping from one high profile relationship to the next. Yes, Deacon, exactly. Extroverted ethics seems to be there. He hired a public relations team to intentionally reshape his image. He actively sought credit by becoming a UN. This is not, yeah, EIE would already be across this. He's not across this. Interesting as well. Look at this. Nightwalk with clubs, intense public scrutiny, frequently caught up with him. There was hints of this in the book, but it didn't look into enough. Faced severe backlash from fans for ostentatious displays of wealth, showing a flash Ferrari around Rio de Janeiro, deep damaged by infamous 2008 extortion scandal involving Rio sex workers. Goodness. Tell me more. What is that about? Early in the morning, after a night out in the Barra de Juca district, he left a nightclub and hired 3 sex workers to accompany him to a nearby motel. Then realized that they eventually hired were legally male transvestite sex. He stated that once he discovered, he immediately called off the account and offered them $600 to leave. 2 accepted the money, the third refused. And this person demanded a payout of 50,000 Brazilian reals. Get the story from the media. He refused. When Ronaldo refused to pay the bribe, Albertino allegedly ripped out the motel room phone wire to prevent him from calling for help. Broke into Ronaldo's car, steal vehicle documents, and threatened to fabricate a goodness gracious. Okay, you see someone who was impulsive, did things without really thinking, had total infidelity issues, sex workers, all that sort of stuff. Goodness gracious. The SLE argument is becoming more likely. I mean, ESC is still possible, but I'm not, you know. What else? What else? Let me see. That's interesting. How shrewd is he in business? He gained widespread business credibility by buying majority stakes in Spanish club Real Valladolid, but with massive financial empire. Wow. Managing multi-million-dollar investments for top athletes. His stable, scandal-free marriage certified public image of the mature, sophisticated, and settled elder statesman of world football. So it's big, big status. He's the football club manager. He's the big head honcho. How shrewd is he in business? Exceptionally shrewd in business and acting less like an emotional ex-athlete, calculating, risk managing venture capitalist. Yeah, SLE is making sense here. The extroverted logic actually is clear. But it's something which that's not why he does it. He actually prefers being the big boss at the top of things and not having to manage the one-to-one relationship he seemed to have no regard for in the past. Now he's got this image, but he's carefully cultivated that after I've realized, hang on, my image is terrible. I've been doing stupid stuff. in mid-career, I need to have people to help me in managing this image. Master will grasp distressed asset management, but of 90% stake in his deeply indebted boyhood club. He aggressively restructured the organization, hacked away at their massive 999 million debt, his revenues fivefold. So he's not just a comedy. You know, to think of Gary Lineker. He did everything through talking, being this sort of big talk show guy, not talk, but like big commentator guy, his own show, that sort of stuff. For him, it's the business. He does very well in the business. How aggressive was his early career personal life? See what that gets. Incredibly aggressive, fast-paced, and intensely chaotic. Same explosive speed as his play on the pitch. Non-stop partying. A rapid set of high-profile romantic relationships. This is a full-on extroverted sensation here. And no regard for introverted ethics. Immense wealth, models, sudden breakups. Yeah. It's what flamboyant spending, really showing off. Look at me, I've got this, car collections, sponsorship entourages, entire subculture around him, travel with massive entourage of friends, stylists. It can be blur. This is not alpha. This is beta. This is beta stuff. This is I'm bigger, I'm the best, I'm the top. This is not humility. But now I think this humility now I think is faux humility. It's odd for this. It makes sense for whose culture and image over time to be almost faux humble. Is seeming humility now genuine or part of a constructed image? Why am I even asking Jim? Why would Jim necessarily know? Let's see what it says. I mean, makes a genuine personal growth and a carefully constructed corporate image. Impossible. Yeah, okay. Reality check, strict rates of youthful arrogance of El Phenomenal to playing day. El Phenomenal. That's the reason he was so upset. I can no longer be the phenomenon. I'm the phenomenon. I'm being held back by these stupid requirements that I look after myself. Yeah. Had to go through hyperthyroidism, which is just, yeah, very, very harsh to have gone through for an extrovert sensation type. Why the humility is formatted and constructed. You know, a loud, arrogant, or scandalous is terrible for corporate bottom line. Stability, emotional intelligence, calm leadership. Why didn't he become a coach? See if he gets anything different to what he's just said in this interview. Daily lifestyle of management entirely unappealing. Strategic long-term control offered by club ownership. Or is it strategic long-term control? Psychological demands of modern coaching do not suit him. 25 different young players. Ego, yeah. Brutal daily routine. Let's get the daily grind of a football squad. He didn't want to be working hard and all these sorts of things. He wanted to be at the top. Boardroom. Macro level decisions. Is he actually strategic or tactical? Does he think long term? Let's see what it says, because it's saying strategic here. I'm challenging this. What does it mean with this? Undeniably long-term strategic thinker of a corporate playbook. Macroeconomic sustainability of short-term popularity. Inject personal cash immediately, sign expensive marquee players, chase immediate trophies. The criteria was an intensive care. buying quick. He implemented a rigid, data-driven machine. Because he trimmed organizational bloat, halved the club's debt, structural revenue streams increased club income fivefold. So, that's not really convincing me that he's a long-term strategic guy. He views football clubs as a stressed business asset, must balance their books. And that's extroverted logic. I don't see that as introverted intuition here. Did he have a long-term vision to become a football club owner? It doesn't seem like he does. He said he also did in the interview didn't. But no, that goes against what he said in the interview. Maybe he's lying. Not impulsive retirement project, a sudden whim. It was a final planned destination of a strategic corporate roadmap began building while he's still playing. So a year before he officially hung up his boots, he partnered with the British advertising giant N9 Sports and Entertainment, a sports marketing agency. So that is no, that's not a long-term vision. That he was on his way out, and then he thought, yeah, no, this is when gets caught up in an idea and it doesn't quite work. Boyhood Brazilian club Cruzeiro. Translates to SAFs. Don't move until that happened. Okay. That's based on knowledge. That's common sense. That's not strategy. The moment that specific legal door opened, he pounced, beating out major. Yeah, that's not strategy. That's again that's moving quickly on something. Yeah, I'm not buying that. Can SLE even manage image in later life? Got to be hit and miss. Well, you'd expect people to get better at this sort of thing over time. You expect to make mistakes in serum and eventually improve over time, especially with help. I don't think that's. I would say if an S is showing a decent sign of growth in extroverted ethics, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to. Let's see. Okay, what else can you find him? Was Nazario a harder partier? That he spelled partier, don't know, than his contemporaries. I was looking at that as well. Significantly harder partier. What set him apart from, say, David Beckham, who I think actually is an SEI, by the way, was a sheer scale, frequency, and unapologetic nature of his nightlife, which is a mandatory lifestyle choice on occasional celebration. He integrated nightlife in his weekly routine, even before massive matches. He just went full out. There are a couple of others who did more, but you know. He's more like a Hollywood rock star. If I made the best striker, I'm taking such an aggressive part lifestyle, El Phenomenon Monica feels so fitting to his peers. But this is, again, he injured himself. How did he react to his injuries versus how his coaches managed him? existential terror and superhuman resilience. Felt like his entire life had been taken away. His work after rehabilitation was relentless, pushing 9 to 10 hours of grueling physiotherapy every single day. So he could take pain. He could definitely take pain. His relationship with Inter Milan manager Hector became completely toxic. It was a strict old school disciplinarian forced player to extreme high mileage running sessions. Ronaldo accused him of risking his career and failing to listen to medical staff. Training caused him to suffer 4 or 5 serious muscle strains. Factual legend so deeply that after winning the World Cup, he did an ultimatum to Inter at present: either fire Cooper or sell me. About the coach wanting Ronaldo's strategic exit to Real Madrid. It's interesting. So he was actually looking after himself, but it's like more sense of, if you keep doing this to me, then that'll actually destroy my career because the injuries will come back. Weight Wars versus hyperthyroidism. His injuries migrated from his tendons to chronic muscular issues. Player arrived at Real Madrid demanding maximum athletic fitness. Routinely confronted Ronaldo about arriving at training weighing 94 kilos. Money dropped close to 84 kilos he weighed during the 2002 World Cup. The public claimed that Ronaldo simply liked life too much to lose weight, and actually sold him to AC Milan because poor discipline was disrupting the locker room. The reality is, internal reactions and management style was deeply frustrated. His weight gain wasn't purely lack of discipline. He had been diagnosed with hyperthyroidism. And to treat it, he had to take hormones that are strictly banned under football's anti-doping regulations. This is interesting. So he was actually fanatical on rehabilitating his injury. 10 hours a day to prove doubters wrong. But it was what he decided to do. It's nothing. He decided what level of intensity he would go under, and he'd go intense. But it was his decision. He did not respond well to other people telling him what pace he should go at, which I think is a sign of an exacting temperament, by the way, not a determined personality, but an exacting one, stubborn in the sensation. Bleeding explosive, shorter training, felt heavy mileage causes muscle tears. That's also the extrovert sensation tendency. Do everything quickly in the big way. Mm. It unmatched generosity, complete lack of arrogance, and open locker room presence. Like ordinary friends about his guy that stays on the pitch. Bob makes himself isolate himself by thick walls, security, entourage, and branding teams, interacting with fellow players like a regular peer. One of the boys' mentality. Welcome new players. Very first to approach young academy players or new signings, crack jokes of them if they were entirely comfortable. He had legendary gifting. He's a mentor to actively bond with his teammates. He was famous buying lavish gifts to squad members, to luxury watches, high-end electronics, designer gear, so to celebrate wins, appreciation. So it's like using his money to win people over, really making sure he was popular. He wanted to be popular. He wanted to be liked. And that's quite clear from this. He wasn't detached. He wasn't removed from people. That's a very bold, very clear physical presence. Routinely point to the midfielders, gave them the pass, probably praised defenders who won the ball back. His infamous house parties weren't just for Hollywood celebrities, they're fully open to his teammates. Communal space where the squad could decompress. Very extroverted. There's very little introverted everything. There wasn't really much boundaries. It's everyone, all his teammates can go and be part of that. It's also ESC-ish as well to some degree, but the big lavish gifts part of it is more of an extrovert sensation coming in. Yeah, overall, I think SLE is the best typing for him. I'm not sure what would be better at this point in time. But yeah, okay. Thank you very much for that one. Thank you, Claudia. Let's move on now. Now, I think euros are stronger than dollars. I'm pretty sure of that. Let me just absolutely check that. Just to make sure. Yeah, I think euros are stronger than dollars. And just don't make a mistake there. Yeah, euros are stronger than dollars. Right. There we go. So let's go next to Al Pacino. That's a good one. Al Pacino. Have I done Al Pacino before? No, I have not done Al Pacino before. Right. Good. What can we say for Al Pacino? He's an American actor and filmmaker renowned for his intense and explosive performances in film and theatre. Again, explosive. We're getting a very explosive night tonight, particularly in roles of portraying complex, morally ambiguous characters. He's the guy who played the Godfather, not the older one, the younger, the one who grows up to become well, the one who the son of a Godfather and becomes a new Godfather. He's that guy. Raised in the Bronx with his mother and maternal grandparents after his parents divorced when he was 2 years old. Dropped out of high school performing art at age 17, worked odd jobs while studying acting in the Herbert Berghoff studio and actor studio under Lee Strasberg, honing his method acting technique. He's another one of those method actors, I see. Has a professional career on stage, making his off-Broadway debut 1968 and acclaimed for his portrayals in plays like Does a Tiger Wear a Necktie, for which he won his first Tony Award, showing to Pavlo Hummel, securing his second Tony. Main breakthrough was playing Michael Corleone in The Godfather. Absolutely. He got Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actor, establishing him as a leading figure in 1970s New Hollywood cinema. With iconic roles in The Godfather Part 2, Serpico, Dog Day Afternoon, and again had nominations for Best Actor, showing his versatility in dramatic and character-driven narratives. He won the Academy Award for Best Actor in Scent of a Woman. That was a very, very, very good film as well. Incredible, that one there. Beyond acting, he's directed documentaries, maintained a prolific stage presence, solidifying his legacy as one of the most influential actors of his generation. I wonder if I can show a little bit. Maybe the scene from The Scent of a Woman. Scent of a Woman. Speech. Just a little bit, not the full scene.
I'm going to recommend to the disciplinary a liar, but not a snitch.
There he is. So, just as some background, so he's built up this friendship with this high schooler. It's very sort of dutifully and very very nobly looked after him. He's blind. He's a sort of ex military figure. He's yeah, lots of family issues, problems, but this young fellow sort of looks after him for a good amount of time. They build a very unique bond, and then he goes and he saves him at the school because he's in trouble. He's in trouble for refusing to be a snitch on a sort of a prank which went wrong.
No, I don't think I will. Mr. Slade, this is such a crock of shit. Please watch your language, Mr. Slade. You are in the Baird School, not a barracks. Mr. Sims, I will give you one final opportunity to speak up. Mr. Sims doesn't want it. He doesn't need to be labeled still worthy of being a Baird man. What the hell is that? What is your motto here? Boys, inform on your classmates. Save your hide. Anything short of that, we're going to burn you at the stake? Well, gentlemen, when the shit hits the fan, some guys run and some guys stay. Here's Charlie facing the fire, and there's George hiding.
I do think you're more likely to win an Oscar nomination if you play someone you can't see. I think that seems or some other disability. You people tend to really respond well to that.
In Big Daddy's pocket. And what are you doing? You're going to reward George and destroy Charlie. Are you finished, Mr. Slade? No, I'm just getting warmed up. I don't know who went to this place. William Howard Taft, William Jennings Bryan, William Tell, whoever. Their spirit is dead, if they ever had one. It's gone. You're building a rat ship here. A vessel for seagoing snitches. And if you think you're preparing these minnows for manhood, you better think again.
Right. Okay, that's enough. But yeah, he's a really, really good actor. But let's see. He was born 1940 to Italian American parents, of Sicilian descent. His only child of the couple, no siblings. He grew up in a close-knit but challenging family environment shaped by his immigrant heritage. Parents separated when he was 2. His father relocated to California, so he's leaving a largely absent presence in his son's life, which is tumultuous yet occasionally reconnecting in adulthood. He's primarily raised with his mother and paternal grandparents in a small apartment in the South Bronx, where the family had moved shortly after the divorce. Ben was a plasterer, had emigrated from Corleone, Sicily, providing a strong work ethic. Corleone, it's actually Corleone, which is also the name given to the surname of the Godfather family. That's interesting. Very interesting. Family's working class existence marked by poverty in the rough South Bronx neighborhood. And also the surname Corleone. I think that wasn't the genuine surname of the Godfather family. That was they chose that name because they came from Corleone. Excuse me, the juvenile delinquency, associating with a local gang involved in minor experiments with drugs and alcohol. Facing temptation towards petty crime, where his mother's strict oversight helped steer him away from deeper trouble. Tragic compounded his formative years. Mother died at age 43 from accidental overdose, which devastated him, marked a low point following a prior suicide attempt when he was 6. His maternal grandfather passed away the next year. Goodness. He joined the high school performing arts at age 17 after struggling academically and gained admission through an audition despite his mother's reservations. They pursued formal acting training. There's no record of him completing a high school equivalency diploma at the time. Support himself took on low-wage jobs as a bicycle messenger, an office clerk at the American Jewish Community Committee. Also experimenting with stand-up comedy in small venues to hone his performance skills. Some of the mentors, including Uta Hagen and Charlie Loughton from Boxing 1966, focus on emotional realism and character immersion through exercise that emphasize personal vulnerability. Okay. The entry into the actor studio 1996 marked a pivotal shift as he trained on Lee Strasberg, adopted method acting techniques, prioritizing deep psychological identification with roles. Childhood exposure to films profoundly shaped his artistic sensibilities, with particular admiration for Marlon Brando's raw intensity, James Dean's brooding rebellion, and Charlie Chaplin's blend of pathos and physical comedy, which he emulated while wandering New York streets reciting Shakespeare. These, combined with Strasberg's guidance on sensory memory and emotional recall, laid groundwork for his distinctive approach to acting before his professional debut. So he very much planned to be an actor. He set up for himself the structure in terms of how he'd go about becoming an actor, who he'd study under, what he'd do. It's very deliberate once he dropped out of high school performing arts. Because he got struggling academically and gained admission through an audition. Okay, sponsored low-wage jobs, etc., etc. He relocated and enrolled at Herbert Berghoff's studio. Right. So this is interesting. Why? I'm gonna look this up as well. Why did Al Pacino Herbert Berghoff of the high school performing arts? Right, so this is after his initial application to prestigious actors studio was rejected. He needed a place to train and hone his craft, working odd jobs in New York City, which ultimately led him to meet his lifelong mentor, close friend, acting teacher Charlie Loughton. He first tried to get into the famous actors studio, but they turned him down. He chose the accessible non-profit HB studio in Greenwich Village to continue developing his skills. Then met Charlie Loughton, a vital sensory coach who guided his artistic philosophy and supported for years of poverty and homelessness. Of 4 years of rigorous training, he gained the experience and confidence to successfully re-audition, gain acceptance in the actor's studio. Okay, so he's determined, really, really determined to go down this route. Why did he drop out exactly? He flunked almost all his academic classes, found schoolwork boring, struggled with a rigorous non-acting curriculum. That's interesting. So it seemed to me he was determined to be an actor. He dropped out because all the other stuff that was not acting was almost getting in his way. Like, I do not want to do this. I want to just go for acting. Standard academic class was much tougher than he anticipated. His Spanish class taught almost entirely in Spanish. Casual school's teaching style. He left right as they began introducing Stanislavski's system and method and acted that he felt was too young for at the time. Coming from a poor background in the South Bronx, he need to find a job and earn money. Surpassed desire to finish school. His decision to quit school caused a major rift in his mother. Acting was not a viable path for poor people. Through massive argument, he left home entirely to pursue theatre independently, which is New York. This guy is determined. He is stubborn in his intuition, first and foremost. And it sounds to me like this is introverted intuition. That's the focus here. And it's this sort of idea that, yeah, he has a setback, fine. He continues. He picks another place to go and develop his skills, and then goes to actor studio. Okay. Right. His actor studio marked a pivotal shift. Prioritize deep psychological identification with roles. I think we looked at that. His breakthrough came playing Michael Corleone and Francis Ford Coppola's The Godfather. He was a reluctant heir to the powerful mafia family. He gradually embraced a life of crime. He was initially reluctant. He doubts his ability to embody the character and align with Warner Brothers' preference for more established style, Jack Nicholson with Robert Redford. So she was rejecting him as too unknown and questioning Coppola's choice to insist on the Pacino after seeing his Tony Award-winning performance in the Broadway Does a Tiger Wear a Necktie? So that's also interesting. He's not sort of person who just jumps at a role before he thinks he's ready. He's more conservative, despite the fact he's totally determined to become an actor. But he's like just going for the "this is me" top role. It wasn't his focus. That's interesting. Was the success because it was a commercial triumph. He starred as Frank Serpico in Sin Lume Serpico, putting real life New York City detective who exposed police corruption, became an isolated whistleblower. His intense method-driven performance, which involved growing a beard and adopting the officer's mannerisms, captured the character's moral isolation and earned him his second nomination. He reprised the role of Michael Corleone, portraying the character's transformation of ruthless crime boss. A parallel flashbacks to his father's youth. The sequel, one of the cinema's greatest films, deepened his iconic status and brought him another Best Actor nomination. Romantic turn as Bobby Deerfield, American race car driver, dealt with a tragic love affair. Marked a departure from his intense crime role, showcasing his vulnerability opposite Martha Keller. Released mixed reviews and underperformed commercially. Same, he returned to stage an off-broad production of David Mamet's American Buffalo, playing the volatile hustler teaching the tense drama about a botched coin heist. His raw performance reaffirmed his theatre roots amid his rising film fame. His idea of sort of raw performance, so that sort of maybe it's a physicality or an regret. I'll be interested to see if there's anything that's talked about here in terms of acting style. Well, we know that's like his method is the method, but still. Explored a range of film roles, showcases versatility beyond action-heavy blockbusters, psychological thriller Insomnia. Yeah. He reentered Robert De Niro for his crime thriller Righteous Kill, 88 Minutes, another one. He was Dr. Jack Kevorkian. Oh, that was, yeah, the guy, a controversial physician advocated for assisted suicide. Yeah, I've seen that one. In the early 2020s, we continued to explore complex character roles across film and television, then to streaming era amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Showed Jimmy Hoffa in Martin Scorsese's Irishman, earned him a Golden Globe nomination for Best Supporting Actor in Motion Picture. His film was period emphasized dramatic depth and ensemble dynamics. Late career project increasingly reflected mentorship's themes and personal reflection. That kind of goes with being older. He has never been married. A stance is attributed to personal reservation about the institution, stating in his 2024 memoir, Sonny Boy has always shied away from marriage because he didn't see how it would help anything, but it has potentially lead to unnecessary emotional strain. I mean, given that his parents divorced, you can see perhaps why. In a recent interview, he elaborated that marriage never suited me for some reason, emphasizing his preference for committed relationships without formal ties. And his life is maintained in a high degree of privacy, guarding his romantic life, often dating fellow actors and avoiding public disclosures. So led to a pattern of on-again, off-again partnerships marked by intense but ultimately non-permanent connections. His earliest notable long-term relationship was with actress Jill Clayburgh. Clayburgh, when both were emerging theatre performers, lived together 5 years till they split. His rising fame following Godfather, the breakup was abrupt, led to emotional turmoil in the film An Unmarried Woman. Remained friends, occasionally crossed paths afterwards. Into the early 70s, began an intermittent romance with the Godfather co-star Diane Keaton. That's on and off throughout the 1980s, before the end of 1990. After Keaton issued an ultimatum about marriage, their bond forged and introduced his production, blended professional collaboration with personal intimacy. Interesting. So she said, "I want to get married." He said, "I'm not getting married." His refusal to get married. He does. It's not just a sort of a lack of it's not like a lack of belief in the institution. You could get married while still not really believing in the institution. It seems instead it's like a refusal to accept the institution, and that is almost an ideological position. He's ideologically anti-marriage, it seems. Fulkin's death from pneumonia. He paid tribute as my partner, my friend, someone who brought me happiness, more than one occasion to influence the direction of my life. In the 1980s, a brief romance with actress Kathleen Quinlan. So started casually, was given film Scarface. Was trying to comfort me with the production stresses. Closest thing I've ever come to getting married, where it ended painfully for him, leaving a lasting sense of loss despite their enduring friendship. That's interesting. Maybe he wasn't so ideologically set against marriage. I don't know. His romantic life continued to feature significant age gaps and connections within the entertainment industry. Oh, from these various relationships, he has 4 children. His eldest child is daughter Julie Marie Pacino, to acting coach Jan Tarrant. He welcomed twins with Beverly D'Angelo. In 1993, became father again with birth of son Roman Pacino. Brought film producer Noor Alfala. 83 having a child. Goodness. How old's Noor Alfala? No idea. But clearly large age gaps. Hmm. So the pattern isn't multiple marriages and infidelity. It's never getting married. And seemingly, it seems like he took his relationships quite seriously in these periods. And again, having amicable splits. It's not like infidelity is causing the issues here. Private lives, with spotlight parents' fame. And as they parted ways again, romantic in 2024. They maintained cooperative. Again, even though he's broken up with all these in his relationships, it's always seems to have departed amicably. Which suggests to me actually quite a good handling, a decent handling of introverted ethics, not a clear lack of introverted ethics. Oh, and I've had substance abuse issues, experienced alcohol at age 9, casually smoking marijuana age 13. He reached a turning point after experiencing alcohol-induced blackouts at a relatively young age. Causing significant concern because it affected his memory and daily functioning. Well, that's going to get in the way of the acting, so that had to go. Based on his period candidly, explaining how the pressure of a celebrity exacerbated reliance on substances. And the way he dealt with it was he took all drugs and he drank. Wasn't living the high life. His manner of cope was more low-key and private. He's emphasized that he never engaged in hard drug use. Experiences from the more severe addictions it claimed his friends' lives. Recovery attended the Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. Briefly found the program ultimately not for me. But he acknowledged its value and references the concept of a higher power from A.A. in his memoir. Instead, he credits his acting mentor, Fred Charlie Loughton, who acted as an informal sponsor, for encouraging him to take a break, drinking and confront his addiction head on. Attained sobriety since 1977. The substance was largely internal. It's interesting that it's mostly depressants, alcohol, and marijuana. It's nothing like cocaine. Managed to compartmentalize away from his professional commitments, allowing his career to continue without major public disruptions. Sobriety provided him with greater emotional stability, enabling a sustained number of diverse roles in decades that followed. It seems to me also that his relationships, while he manages them well enough, they don't seem to be the be-all and end-all to him. It seems to me that the acting and that vision of becoming an actor was the major thing, and it almost getting married and also tied down seems to be almost be a distraction to that potentially as well. He's dedicated to method acting, characterized by immersive preparation techniques embodying characters in daily life. Established him as a pioneer in techniques application to screen roles. Emotional authenticity, influencing the intense, character-driven performances that became hallmarks on 70s New Hollywood cinema. He would wander streets reciting Shakespeare to internalize roles. So that's like Robert De Niro, contemporary peer who shared similar method rigor. Later talents such as Leonardo DiCaprio studied immersive methods in preparing for complex anti-heroes. His versatility, shifting from the subdued intensity of undercover cop Frank Serpico to the operatic fury of Tony Montana, popularized the intense whisper trope, subtle vocal menace escalating to outbursts that echoes in modern cinema's brooding protagonists. Post-99's critiques often labelled his amplified style, marked by heightened energy and volume for films like Heat, as hammy or self-parodic, attributing it to a departure from earlier restraint. The defense argues evolution reflects deliberate expressiveness suited to aging roles and deep exposure of vulnerability beneath bombast. Let's see an interview with him. I think definitely a determined type. Which one? I think leaning more introverted intuition rather than extroverted intuition. Maybe his versatility, but down becoming an actor. That was the focus, not anything else. Narrowing it down to that. Out of the four, which one? IEI, ILI, LSI, and ESI? Not sure yet. Not sure yet. Need to see a bit more. Although I think, let me see. Turning to things like alcohol and marijuana, sort of depressants, suggest maybe a bit more of the introverted sensation in an unvalued position. That's sort of the intensity of his acting as well, and it's very much an intensity. I wonder about extrovert sensation. You think he plays extrovert sensation oriented roles, LSIs often, maybe ESIs. I'm leaning more LSI or ESI rather than IEI or ILI at this point in time. Let's see an interview. He must be on the Actors Studio. Must be. Inside the Actors Studio. Is it preview? I don't see a preview. Why is it that you can't get the Inside Actors Studio interview? Okay, it's Gene Hackman, right? I'll watch a little bit of this just to see what we get, and then I'll go into like an interview just him.
You grew up the same way. Well, I hung out in his neighborhood.
Were you on Kenmay or
Kenmay?
I was on Prince and Elizabeth and Spring Street. Kenmay was like another country in a way, not
Yeah.
another little village in a way, and with different groups. But then we lost track, I think.
Yeah.
Brian De Palma put us back together again. And over the years, that knows where I came from and who
I said that kid's got charisma. I was saying we were young.
If you saw him on 14th Street in 1969, Francis Coppola told me I was having dinner at my mother and father's apartment on Elizabeth Street. Said, you know, I'm casting The Godfather, and said I had this guy to play Michael. But Joe was in that. So since then, we've sort of
That's Scorsese.
sing pads for years. But Joe was in I'd say 77 maybe, because you saw Joe.
The Death Collector.
Death Collector. The director was Ralph DeVito.
Ralph DeVito,
wrote it, directed it. These were kind of New Jersey
Joe Pesci.
B films, like Mean Streets, sort of thing. Yeah, copy on it. You know, I think.
How long was it before you got together with this for The Irishman?
Because it was 22 years.
No, it's too broken up between the four of them. I can't. Let's see. It's a Q&A. Don't want a Q&A. I'll just do interview. Maybe go to that one after. That actually looks quite good. No, I don't want to see Jimmy Kimmel. Extended view, CBS. Almost 5. No. See, it gets very superficial. Some of these interviews, I want to see a good one. This is a good one. It's still CBS.
What happened the first time audition for the Actors Studio? First time I was rejected. And I was a young man and a teenager. And I went in there because the Actors Studio was the place we all aspired to, especially the one in New York. We didn't have a West Coast Actors Studio.
So maybe he's drawn to sort of the most prestigious one as well.
It came over years because a lot of the actors in it had to come out here and make films. Yeah. But the studio sent me an encouraging note. They said, "Why don't you try again one day?" Oh, so they said no, but don't give up. Don't give up. Actually, don't give up the ship here. We'll see you again one day. And indeed, I came back and I did audition. And I got into my first audition. They passed me for some reason, as far as I was concerned. I did. And then they said, come back for another. And I've often, that's what they usually do. They say, and then sometimes you go to a third time. And that's called the final audition. And at that audition, they had the brass at the Actors Studio, whether Lee Strasberg, Kazan, these kind of people were there, about half a dozen, and they would pass you, or they would make the decision as to whether you were going to be a member or not. And so I remember
He's going through the steps, the stages.
that last audition. I was about 25, I think, which is relatively young for Actors Studio, and a friend of mine, a fellow named Nathan Joseph, never forget him, Israeli guy, and he was this wonderful talent. You know, I was in a play with him, off Broadway, and he had a scene from a play called Look, We've Come Through, a Hugh Wheeler play. And another play I was doing was something from I forget, one of those. Paul Muni was in that play at one point. I had an advantage because they were opposite characters. So when I did the audition, my audition was from the Angry play, where I play a communist rebel, and the other play was playing a sort of gay kind of a young teenage,
That's certainly useful. So he shows his versatility.
A young guy who's a hooker, a gay hooker, in a wonderful play called Look, We've Come Through. And I had it with Nathan. That was his audition, and my audition was with my friend Owen at the time. So they got to see me, and Nathan had made it up till the final auditions too. So that night I went in and did 2 scenes there, which is very rare that you have 2 finalists. And it wasn't planned; it just happened. and I was fortunate because they got to see me in two different kinds of characters, which I thought has always been a thing with actors. You know, oh, well, he just does that or does that. So I was lucky enough to get to see the.
That's interesting. He has typically pursued versatility in roles, although I think he's had a natural leaning towards sort of crime-oriented films. Yeah, and so actually he's thinking about it. They're like, it's a good thing. Like, obviously, I don't get pigeonholed into one thing. Doesn't like other people deciding what sort of thing he's doing.
Two sides. Do you find out whether you made it right then? No, you don't. I remember being a young, wise ass going down there after I finished, and there's the secretary who was in the office downstairs. Because you go through this, my thing that I show you in the film. I did this mini film about the actor's studio, and you sit in this little place at the bottom of the stairs, and you walk up like we just did here. You walk all the way up, and then you're really scared down there, and in that room.
Key focus on particularities of doing this in this place, going up the stairs, and that sort of physical description. You're always focusing on, rather than something more thematic or conceptual.
The judges, and you go in, and they announce your name, and you go in and you do your scene.
Shows a good amount of experiential memory.
Renowned. And so I would go there, and when I left after the audition, I skipped down the stairs. I was pretending, of course. I was trying to, and I said, and she said, "How did it go?" And I said to the secretary, "I'll be hearing from you tonight." I had such a, I don't know. Sometimes I wish I had some of that left. But it was interesting because But you weren't faking it. You were confident. You thought you'd done well. Well, I sort of doubled up on it. Yeah, I thought I did well. I thought I had the two scenes, and it gave me a little bit of. And then the next day, they tell you, they call you, and said you've been accepted. That was just. I mean, oh man, it was a lifesaver. Because actors, I mean, you rarely pass any auditions. What I always tell young actors, if I'm speaking to them, I usually have, seminars when I talk to young actors. I say, please, whatever you do, don't expect to get the part ever. It's just out of it's out of the question. But try to do the audition with the audience, because they are your audience. Because actors don't have audiences. You don't have. You can do it on a park bench, and some people are laying around. You start acting for them, which you need an audience. You need a way to get it out, and to use that as another lesson. How you did it. I would go to an audition. I would say to the people auditioning, the people who are auditioning me, I would say, if you don't mind, I like your script. It's very good, but can I've prepared a little something. And immediately you're finished. They look at you like, who is he? And then you go in there and you do your thing. And so anyway, I was accepted, and it made me feel for the first time in my life, and I had been acting a good deal of my young life. In school, I was acting. I started early. I really felt that I had become an actor. I was sanctioned. I got the seal. Hey, yes, I graduated. I'm a college grad, or I'm an actor. I'm really an actor.
So to have that sort of validation. And what's that validation? The validation of an identity. To have his identity validated. That's interesting. It's not about, is he doing it right? Not as if it's true or not. No, it's that his identity. I am an actor. I am seen as this. People agree So receiving that was very valuable for him.
I've never gotten a dime for it, but I'm still a professional actor somehow.
Did it mean something to your folks when you got in?
Well, I didn't have folks then. I had lost my father. My father never had a father, but my grandmother was alive, and my grandmother and grandfather raised me. So she was alive, and I don't think she quite understood the impact of it. But I did tell her at any event. I told a couple of friends, and especially my close friend Charlie Lawton at the time, not the Charles Lawton, Charlie Lawton, who was my dear friend and mentor. And I told him that I got in, and he was really happy. It was just because I had studied with him. He was that teacher, and I had never studied with Lee Strasberg or anybody at this school, and they took me in. And I was too sort of shy to do a scene for the first 6 months, so I would just sit in the class.
So that guy who skipped down the stairs and told the receptionist that you're going to be calling me tonight, that guy was too shy to do it.
He was acting. That guy was acting. But it was a way of, just dealing with the kind of thing where, the actor is always having to audition or go through a thing. And it was my way of, how could you say it? It was my way of being on top of it. You start to feel kind of, but I did come off to that.
So taking on this persona of confidence, which helped him get through, even though it wasn't necessarily genuine to who he was, there was sort of an energy which he sort of took on to help him. But in real life, in the actor studio, being someone who shied away from putting himself out there too quickly, had a certain great degree of sort of groundedness, even quite a bit of humility here. He had not put himself forward too quickly. He wanted to take his time to acclimatize first. That's interesting.
I joked around a lot. That was a joke. But I felt I had done something. So
when you're here in this theater, the Actor Studio West, what is this? What kind of memories does this conjure up?
Well, this is the West. I didn't work much here. I come here when I can. I usually work out in New York and stuff. But like I said to you earlier, I was in this environment. Last time I was in this environment. It's a small theater. You'll probably show it. It's almost like the old saying, having a plank and a passion. That's what you need, a plank and a passion. And that's a plank. And if you have a passion, you go up there and do Shakespeare. But I remember off Broadway houses that I used to work in. I was in a play,
and those were small theaters, like
small theaters, just like this one. And there were the seats right in front of us, with us. And I remember lighting up a cigarette. No, I was looking for a light. I had an ashtray, but I didn't have a light. And some woman in the audience just reached in and lit his cigarette for me.
Again, very experiential memory, precise things of what he did when, what happened here and there. Good storytelling ability because it's grounded in day-to-day things. That's what's coming out here. That's why I think either an LSI or an ESI makes the most sense.
I didn't have a cigarette as the character, and then she lit it as the audience. So it was interplayed.
So you said in that film, you said something that you just referred to here. You said the best thing, the best thing an actor can do is a role in a place, in a theater, in front of an audience.
Yeah, I think when you're a young actor and you're starting out, to me, it's about having a partner you do a scene with, and you do it together, you rehearse it, and then you do it in front of the audience. And if you do it enough, you start to learn.
Sounds quite formulaic. That you meet these, you do it this, you do it together, you do it in this way, you do it in front of an audience. And that's the best thing you should do. He set that very clearly.
A little bit. I mean, sometimes there's instructors there help you, guide you a little bit. But it is the action. Action is what counts. And you're not talking about learning the lines. That's part of it. Yeah. So what is the thing that you learn? You learn, like anything else, like you said, how to get to Carnegie Hall, practice.
Mm.
You get to Carnegie Hall, you can't just walk in and just do it. If you're a first violinist, you have to have a lot of practice. So the same thing with the actor. You have to have there's one thing to have the desire, which is the most important.
That's another thing. You need an audience. He said this before, that there isn't so much value in just doing it on your own. You need to do it in front of someone for it to be significant in some way.
Feel the energy and the desire to do this thing, the appetite to do it. Appetite's very important because as you get to be an
energy, desire, appetite, all the passion to do it.
Older actor, you start to lose the appetite because you get dreary and all the other things that happen. The first scene I did at the Actors Studio was I did 2 monologues. I was very shy, so it took, as I say, 6 months to get up there and do something. But from years of practice, I had a soliloquy from Hamlet, which was a play I just constantly read, and the other was from the Iceman Comet, Gene O'Neill's Iceman Comet. And I did both of them. And Lee Strasberg was the moderator. So it was packed. And he had known me. I remember the one thing I will never forget is he looked at the card and he saw on the card a guy named Al Pacino. Nobody ever called me Al Pacino because Pacino is a silent CH, and nobody knows that unless you know the language. You say Pacini at school. When I went to school, they'd always be saying Pacuni, Pacani. Yeah, I would have said Pacino. Pacino, yeah. Right. Pacino, and he pronounced it right. So he's got my heart. so I did both of them. Then he said,
it's funny that being recognized in terms of his name and what it means, that meant something to him as well. It sounds like he's susceptible to the ineffables rather than the explicit. And someone gets his name right, when someone gives him the recognition of entering a place like that, that's what gets to him. It's not the logical side. It seems to be the ethical side that he's receptive to from the other person.
He set up a particularly great actor studio. He looked at me. What is it? He said, all right, here's what I want you to do. I want you to do Hamlet as you were doing Hickey. And I want you to do Hickey as Hamlet. I just went right into it. I heard it, And it was an amazing thing what he said, because it's so interesting. That exercise right away, how everything changed. And you get a perspective. And that's sort of what acting is. You find that out usually through work and engagements with it. Yeah. So in that area, Ellen Burstyn said, when I asked her how, I might have said method acting, but I might have said the Actors Studio. Yes. How did the Actors Studio change the movie business for theater? And she said that everything changed, everything from before and after. Well, I could tell you, the Actors Studio is and the kind of acting there is, you're always trying to find a way to somehow. Strasberg did it. Stanislavski, the great teacher, did it. He learned from the great actors at the time, the great stage actors at the time. And what it is for me is to be able to.
Also, another thing, there's this idea of, someone just goes into acting, they do a bit, they go in and out, they do other things. Whereas Al Pacino, as another actor, is seen as one of the greater actors, one of the people who take on this tradition. The acting craft is very, very, they're very serious about it. They want to relay what went on in the actor's studio, what these great teachers taught them, conveying that down. There's definitely a sense of that going on, a sense of continuity, the sense of a legacy that's passed on as an actor, be belonging to this to this smaller number of people who have had the similar sorts of experiences. It's there's something there that I think aligns to his values.
If you find, if you go through various transformations as an artist, as an actor, you keep doing it and you learn about yourself. The more roles you do, the more you learn about yourself, and so what works for you, what you feel comfortable with, what you're not comfortable with. See, this is why Lee Strasberg would say, I'm not that interested in what you do well. I'm interested in the roles you have difficult time with, because that's where technique is learned. So there's a story gets repeated on Turner Classic Movies, gets repeated by a lot of actors, and certainly in New York too. That there was the theater before Your Friend Marlon Brando and The Streetcar Named Desire, and there were movies before Your Friend Marlon Brando and Streetcar Named Desire, and that's his performance changed everything. Well, it did. It changed everything. Again, he was. I would say he was the closest that I've ever seen to a genius, acting genius that I've seen. I've seen great performances, and I remember I was a kid. Now I had no idea, so I was doing a play in junior high school, and I remember coming after the play, and this guy came over to me, an adult, and he said, "Hey, kid." So I turned to him. He says, "You're going to be the next Marlon Brando." And I said, "Who's Marlon Brando?" I remember that. Never forgot it. But what happens if you see the combination of things with actors sometimes who get the role, and the role and the play. If you take Streetcar, you take Kazan as the director, you take Tennessee Williams as the writer, you put them all together, and when you take one scene in Streetcar, just take it out of context, when he's playing cards, and Brando's playing cards, and you could tell he's not winning. They were a bunch of guys that poker, and the two women, Blanche and Marlon's wife, are in the Kim Hunter and Vivian Lee are in the other room, dancing and making noise. This is a small place, Louisiana, and he's getting upset. He's got a hat. He's got this T-shirt on.
Again, very, very experiential memory.
And you could feel him, the sweat and everything else. And then you see him, he's annoyed with that. He keeps going. And then he seems to get a relatively good hand. You can feel him. He's got a good hand. And he has that look on his face when he puts it down. And he puts the hand down. And the other guy he's playing just goes, "Oh," and throws down another hand. And you see it happen to Marlon. You see it go right through him. Now, this is a performance he did on the stage for many months. So he had acquired all that stuff inside him. He understood the language and everything that goes with the emotion.
That's the method acting. That is what we saw with Cillian Murphy as well. That approach of having it all inside of him.
It's inside him. That he didn't have to act is the point. So when he did it, and you could see him get mad at the guy, because you see that. It's different when it's on Broadway. You're at distance, but when you're there, you see the eyes go. You see the transition from knowing that he was going to win to knowing that he lost, and then the way he was aggravated with them in the other room, who had just got saying all these things to him. They're playing music and making a racket, and that's probably why he lost the game or whatever. How he could.
I can see why the sensory technique works so well for him as well.
He gets up.
Just look a bit of that. Personal memories to trigger authentic reactions. Interesting. sense memory, specific smells, texture, exactly what he does when he delivers his stories. A similar sort of focus. Raw material he could instantly tap into. Frequently describes the actor's body and mind as an instrument. Tools to use relaxation, intense concentration, release everyday tension, and to overcome severe stage fright, find complete freedom when performing. Interesting severe stage fright. Also, he's sort of shy before he puts himself in front of people. Channeling volatility and rage. Signature acting style relies on explosive, unpredictable shifts in energy. That is another thing. That I think is the extra sensation. Sensory train taught me how to build an internal tension gradually, often forcing a surface level tension. The angle screen felt real because it came from a genuine internal stimulus. His character always started from a physical, sensory reality. Decades later, he famously used it as exact but also the role of a woman. He was act blind, subject himself to a complete sensory adjustment, realigning his posture, intentionally focusing his eyes, and navigating by sound alone. There's a lot of introverted sensing as well here, leading into the extroverted sensing. Why do you have stage fright? Intense childhood anxiety, depression of his own raw perfectionism, and a psychological barrier regarding the material he's performing. He struggled deeply with shaking off his own self-awareness on stage, feeling trapped. He was just Al Pacino reciting lines written by someone else and truly being the character. His intellectual barrier created immense performance anxiety, capped his emotional freedom. For explosive on screen, he was incredibly isolated as a child. Indoors with mother until he started school at age 6. Shy, highly sensitive, struggled with peer competition. He entered the public eye, forcing him to constantly fight his deeply ingrained defensive introverted instincts. For a young drop of an impoverished background, the fear of exposure, failure not measuring up to the intellectuals of theatre triggered a massive nervous response. And he didn't just act, he immersed himself in his role 24/7, his relentless intensity, burned onto reality performance, leaving his nervous system entirely frayed and exhausted by the time he had to walk out in front of a live crowd. So, not a huge amount of stamina, but a huge amount of focus and intensity in what he was doing, getting more in line with a more introverted type. He finally broke through his stage fright during production of Olga Strindberg's Creditors. First on the playwright's words, for complete like his own, he described feeling himself lifting off the ground, a sacred breakthrough where the character finally eclipsed his self-doubt. Was the source of his self-doubt one of authenticity and acceptance as an actor, or competence those things more than the same, maybe. Let's see what it says. Rather than lack of confidence or competence, when he knew he possessed a powerful internal spark, he deeply doubted whether the formal established theatre world would ever validate or accept a poor street kid from the Bronx. The struggle for belonging. He knew he could perform. He severely doubted his right to belong in professional circles. Hence, the actor's studio, his self-doubt, not when he mastered the script, when the institute accepted him. Yes, exactly. This is what I'm saying. This is extroverted ethics as a suggestive function. This is why he didn't feel the need to be, to do well in school. He didn't feel the need to do his non-acting but academic subjects. He rejected that as just not important. That didn't matter to him, but he flunked that. What mattered to him was whether he would be accepted as an actor. That was the point. It was that belonging to that coveted circle. That's what mattered to him. And that is very much beta, rather than gamma, where extroverted ethics is a suggestive function, not extroverted logic. How stubborn is Al Pacino? And in which ways? What does it say? We know in terms of intuition, we know he's determined. Anything on the logic here? Non-conformist spirit and a fierce protection of his artistic integrity or sheer arrogance. Naturally anarchic. When he commits to a specific vision, he'll fiercely protect it against any outside pressure. Power executives hated Pacino's early, quiet choice of Michael Corleone, actively tried to fire him despite knowing his job was in jeopardy. He stubbornly refused to change his approach, be louder early on. This is about Michael's transformation to be slow, gradual build, or create a gamble. Ultimately paid off in the iconic restaurant scene. He famously clashed with directors by dug-in demands for massive reshoots. He forced Sidney Lumet to reshoot an entire first day of footage, whereas his internal energy in the character was wrong. He pushed on producers for courtroom retakes, and he got explosive emotions. He's a perfectionist, total perfectionist, and quite willful in making people reshoot things. That's also quite something. That's the extrovert sensation there. So during Street Learning's project selections, he admitted to a perverse habit, intentionally signing up onto mediocre, outright bad scripts, just so he can stubbornly drag the film up to being decent through sheer performance power. So that's odd for someone who would say lack confidence in their competence. Like, he knew he was competent. He was nominated for Best Supporting Actor, where Marlon Brando was nominated for lead. Pacino viewed it as an insult to his actual screen time contribution. He boycotted the 45th Academy Awards ceremony in time to protest the studio's categorization game. This is stubborn. This is stubborn logic. This is logic in the stuff. This is introverted logic stuff. Long time ago, Stubborn refused to focus on money. Couldn't go broke at several points in his life. His drive to act is entirely removed for financial survival, commercial strategy. So that's the extroverted logic rejected. Just totally rejected. No commercial strategy. It's not even that he has no strategy. He had his strategy was to become an actor. That was his vision, his dream. He did not want to temper that with pragmatic stuff. So yeah, I think LSI for Al Pacino. And I try to do it without getting caught up in some of his best characters he's played being LSIs. But I think he's an LSI. Okay. Yeah, so that's Al Pacino. Not now. So next we have Griffith from the anime Berserk. And finally, once we've done that, we'll then go to Stuttering Craig from Side Scrollers. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you for that one. Okay. Let's see what that does. Anything? What's this? Mentalist Perceptivo says Ronaldo is SCE. Apparently don't use the true Socionico framework that comes from Alshra. I need to get Alshra pilled by Russ. I've been there, done that. Been there, done that. I'm not an Alshra honest. I am a socionist. There's an important difference to those who know what I mean by that. Let's see. Right. What's going on here? But I'm more than happy to talk about rusted typology and Altronics at some point. I wonder if I've already made a video of this. I think I might have made a video of this already. I might make another video, pending. Let's see. Let's try to get to Griffith. Yeah. Not for this live stream, but certainly something which I'm more than happy to discuss at another point. Berserk. There we go. Griffith, renowned as the White Falcon, is the leader of a reborn brand of the Falcon. And Supreme Commander of the Midland Regular Army, famous for leadership in numerous battles. So before I'm going to do it, I'm just going to quickly drink some more water because I'm starting to feel a bit dry. I'll be right back. Oh. Yeah, I'll be right back, and then we'll continue with Griffith. Okay. So, you see. So as the leader of the original band of the Falcon, he and his mercenaries end the 100-Year War, bring peace to the war-torn kingdom of Midland, following the departure of his trusted, confident Guts. Griffith impulsively seduces Princess Charlotte, leading to his imprisonment, year-long torture, and the apparent collapse of his dream. But eventually rescued by the band, his extreme physical ruin and unyielding desire to obtain his own kingdom drive him to sacrifice his comrade during the eclipse. In return, he is reborn as the fifth member of the God Hand, Femto, a demonic evolution of himself, free from human inhibitions. Eventually, he incarnates in the physical world, focusing solely on realizing his dream. The dream materializes with his defeat of the Kushan invasion of Midland, the great wave of the astral world he triggers, and the rise of his utopian capital city. I have no idea what any of this means. Okay, what are we seeing here? Okay, he becomes a demon. Okay, he falls in some way. You know, I need to understand this. I need to understand a bit more about Berserk. So, okay, I'll ask Google to do this. Right, explain the backstory of Griffith to someone who knows nothing about Berserk. Griffith is the main tragic villain of the manga Berserk, known as a brilliant, charismatic leader who falls from grace. It's run by three key stages. His humble rise as a mercenary commander, his devastating torture and betrayal, and his dark transformation into a godlike monster. Born poor, he dreams of owning his own kingdom. Okay. He forms the Band of the Hawk, a famous group of fighters. His sharp mind and striking looks to win battles and gain the trust of the king. He makes Guts, a fierce wandering swordsman, his closest friend and right-hand man after beating him in the fight. He eventually leaves the group to find. Guts eventually leaves the group to find his own path, which breaks Griffith's heart and shatters his focus. A grief-stricken Griffith makes a reckless mistake and is thrown into a deep, dark dungeon. After a year of brutal torture, his body is completely ruined. He can no longer speak, walk, or fight. Rescued by his former friends, a broken Griffith realizes the dream of a kingdom is dead. He's a magical object called the Behelit to summon dark gods during a total solar eclipse. To achieve his ultimate dream of ruling, he sacrifices all his loyal friends, the monsters, to be reborn as Femto, a cruel member of the God Hand. Okay. Interesting. So he puts his ambition over the loyalty of his friends. He throws all his friends under the bus in order to achieve a kingdom. Why does he want his own kingdom? Why does he want his own kingdom? Because it is absolute purpose for existing, serving an obsession that overrides his humanity. Born to extreme poverty, spent his childhood cold, starving, staring at a distant castle. Castle by his complete freedom, safety, ultimate control of his own destiny. Sounds Gamma-ish. He was to pursue the streets, he would never be powerless again. To win battles, going to have to send hundreds of young soldiers to their deaths. He rationalized these deaths by believing his dream had to be achieved to make their sacrifices meaningful. If he gave up his kingdom, he would be betraying the dead who fell for him. Does not want a kingdom for wealth, comfort, or political power. If his kingdom is tested his own worth and destiny, ordinary men follow him simply because his dream is grander than theirs. Okay. So, this is a guy who has introverted intuition. He also extroverted sensation. Seems to me as though the extroverted sensation is higher. I'd say suggestive. I think it's more likely mobilizing. I'm not entirely sure yet. Look at the personality. I'll not betray my dream, that is all. He almost always carries himself as in a well-mannered, exemplary fashion akin to nobility. His mannerisms and keen intellect often leave people astounded by his humble origins. Self-assuredly unique, his presence is undeniable. Those who meet and view him with either goodwill or animosity, former growing to trust or fellowship, and latter into awe or dread. Those who follow Griffith are often overcome with emotions upon their first encounter, either entranced by the thought of splendor and grandeur at his side, or drawn by strong ambition and conviction. Conversely, he can perceive subtle ill will from others and acts accordingly, not averse to using force. An understanding of human drives and unbridled ambition have enabled Griffith to ascend ever higher. Even as a child, his ambition was apparent. In the back alleys of his childhood city, he first set his sights on acquiring his own kingdom. During the early years of the Band of a Falcon, he had a multifaceted demeanor, sometimes appearing carefree and childlike, at other times showing ferocious killing intent. This juxtaposition attracts people from various walks of life to his mercenary band. Carefree, childlike, but then ferocious killing intent. This was maybe a shift between extroverted intuition and extroverted sensation. As the Band of a Falcon's leader, he shows noticeable compassion for his comrades, expressing regret over their deaths, and even selling his body to ensure their survival. So he's compassionate to comrades, but he then throws them under the bus. That's strange. The deaths of those fighting for his dream take a toll on him. To cope and ensure the deaths are not in vain, he employs callous logic, prioritizing success over compassion, paradoxically showing compassion by suppressing it. He still questions his own immoral act. At one point, asking Guts if he is a cruel person. Tries his affection for his comrades because they are beneath him. Sending them tools for achieving his dream, with none but fitting his criteria of a friend. So how do you do that while also being compassionate, yet trying to suppress that compassion and being compassionate, suppressing his compassion, but at the end of the day, seeing them all as tools? This is contradictory. Among the tens of thousands of allies and enemies Griffith encounters, Guts is the only one who stifles his ambition. Griffith explicitly cares for Guts, risking his life on several occasions to save him and losing composure when Guts is endangered. To Guts' departure, Griffith is deeply shocked and abandons logical reasoning, bringing ruin to himself and the band of the Falcon during his year-long torture. Many emotions he harbors for Guts sustain him in the darkness of his solitary confinement. When he invokes the eclipse as presented with a reflection of his true self, he accepts the consequence of an ambition in his last moments of humanity, acknowledging Guts as the only person who ever made him forget his dream. Femto is a demonic evolution of Griffith, devoid of humanity, yet retaining his memories, ambition, and ego. He claims to be free, his heart frozen after confronting the suffering of the comrades he sacrificed. Despite this, residual feelings of a child fuse into his vessel, occasionally compel him to act outside his interests, and to shed a tear from the child's lingering sense of longing. These sensations are fleeting, and Griffith asserts that any emotions from the child vanish immediately after the child's appropriation of the vessel ends. Right. Let's see any scenes of Griffith. That might be useful. I mean, I'm sort of caught between an LIE or EIE sort of figure. Most hated villain ever in anime and manga. Really? That's interesting. Let's see.
What would a character have to do in order to be the object of an audience's hatred for over 30 years? Would most likely have to be a being of indescribable horror, grotesque in appearance even, or just another European twink. It is tricky talking about Griffith, not because of the people who defend him, since those are just people trying really hard to be different while ignoring half of what gives the character his identity. But if not, this is like the 47th time I've gone into the character, but I want to make this the video I do on Griffith as a character, and what truly makes him special after all these years. Being hated when you are in the role of antagonist and or villain is ideal. Would rather the audience feel strongly about you in a negative sense than to feel indifferent. The ultimate heel like Triple H. One can make a villain sympathetic, or a mix of both, of course, but if you want to make a character the object of an audience's wrath, make them hate who they are, not how they're written. There are other
Make them hate who they are and how interesting.
Antagonists and villains that have done things to label them irredeemable or vile, if you will. But I would say none make you feel as strongly or as hated as this man. When Griffith is first introduced in the Black Swordsman arc,
interesting to be more contemptible than Shu Tucker. That's quite something.
He is shown to be the object of Guts' quest for revenge, but all there is to him is that and the mystery as to why. At the very early stage in the narrative, there is a detachment with Guts' sentiments and ours in regards to Griffith. The floodgates are closed for the time being.
I mean, he looks what you'd expect to be a classic sort of EIE anime figure. Compare that to Guts, clearly a very sort of sensory, gritty guy. Him sort of effete, yet somehow very classy and great finesse.
Preventing us from feeling the water, if that makes sense. That aspect of being disconnected,
almost like a sort of Fulgrim from Warhammer, so that sort of character,
from the character is an apt description of Griffith's very own dynamic with the Band of the Hawk. None of them are really aware to the fullest extent of who Griffith really is, with only Judo having a good observation, as Judo seems to be really good at reading people. Hell, even choked down his true feelings for Casca, being aware of what she and Guts had. Guts, who from the very start refused to see Griffith in the same exalting way and others did, and Casca, who has seen Griffith in vulnerable states far before Griffith entered the picture. I want to really look at what these characters have to say, and the moments Griffith is not just the White Falcon, the symbol, but
that's interesting. The symbol, the White Falcon, that charisma, that sort of people are almost obsequious to him. You just seem to like that Guts wasn't, maybe.
The man. Because before we can look at the moment that caused us to hate him for as long as we live, we first have to look at the qualities that made us forget the betrayal was even coming. The positive traits to his personality that make him intriguing, admirable, and even likable. The number one thing that is evident in Griffith von Leif Erikson, yes, that's his full name, take my word for it, don't look it up, he is ambitious. And somebody who knows what they want in life and are determined and willing to do what it takes to make it come true is inspiring. You are drawn to that fire and it keeps you warm for a while. Ambition can be a very good thing, as seen with many other characters, but often, as is the case with those characters, they have a downfall. Griffith is ambitious to a fault. Every other interaction and conversation he has a part.
Because less of an introvert intuition being the thing that's focuses is more the sense of I will own this, I will accomplish this concrete thing, and that to me is the extrovert sensation being the point of rigidity rather than the intuition.
Is towards his goal of having a kingdom. I've seen this comment a lot about Griffith's goal, and that it being a neutral thing is some sort of justification for his actions. He cannot be held under judgment of evil since his desire is not an evil thing. You see, I would say that's a pretty good point, if it wasn't, terrible. Griffith's ambition for his kingdom, that statement indeed is neutral. In a vacuum, that has no good or evil. But what if I told you I really wanted to win a race, and that would also be neutral? But then you found out that I had cheated in every single form imaginable to win said race instead of training and doing it the honorable way.
And that's the other thing. He sells his friends. He makes some sort of pact with demonic entities to get his kingdom. He essentially, having been broken by the world, he cheats, essentially.
My victory is now tainted by my actions. No one who argues the flaw with Griffith has an issue with his goal. The action that leads to the finish line is where the sentiments of disdain come from. His ability to see everything that isn't his goal is beneath him and not of equal importance, even if it's the lives and freedom of others. Be it his enemies, lovers, soldiers, closest friends, even if his personality can be deduced as
so highly charismatic, but little actual regard for personal one-to-one relationships, except for some reason guts.
Self-absorbed, his goal remains a neutral or slightly positive one if you try to spin it that way, but his ambition, which drives him to use any shortcut and cross any moral boundary, makes it an ambition that burns others away and inevitably will turn the very man possessed by it into ash. I do believe the greater good argument could be used for other characters who do negative actions to bring about a positive outcome overall. Griffith cannot fall under that umbrella, as he is a character who commits an ungodly amount of evil to satisfy his own selfish needs and goals, regardless of whether it benefits other people or not. Still, the interactions that paint the picture of an ambitious and driven person are prevalent with the characters he shares no intimacy with. That's just him in general. But the moments we really get to see him get close with Griffith is in his second trait. He is a guilt-ridden and disturbed individual. This is where I want to first point to the scene where Casca sees Griffith bathing himself while trembling.
Okay, so here's the complexity of the character. Right.
After seeing him the night before being with medieval P. Diddy. Here the story pulls us in, making us close to the character by showing us that Griffith is indeed at one point a human being with remorse and feelings, at least this early on. As the symbol of idolization has the curtains pulled back, as it was for Casca here, now it is for us, the audience. Griffith catches Casca staring at him in concern. Why not join me? It feels nice. Casca goes to run away, and this is where we get vulnerability from who we believe to be unfazed and untouched. Am I dirty? Casca hesitates and then asks Griffith why was he with that man alone. Granted, for a little bit of context real quick, this is in a scene after Guts had saved Casca, and they're...
You see sort of the transition between a sort of, being a sort of peerless warrior sort of figure, and then sort of very sort of quite frail, quite vulnerable, very mentally focused, something you see a lot with the LIE and EIE. Well, I'm leaning more EIE at this point in time. I mean, just look at the guy. He looks like your classic EIE anime figure, but
in this cave together, and she's opening up to Guts about her frustrations with him and why it's difficult for her that Griffith seems to be so close to Guts, as she's tried to be close to Griffith, but always feels like she's never...
I think the other point is he just uses people. He has this huge amount of charisma, but he just uses people towards his own ends. I think that's the introvert intuition being so introverted ethics being ignoring rather than suggestive.
Really had that opportunity explaining to Guts who Griffith really is, because up to this point in the story,
but so much aura and style.
Griffith, but here we get
being the symbol. This is very EIE-ish.
Back to the flashback scene, Griffith doesn't respond, and she attempts to cope and suggested something else, but Griffith admits it's what she truly thinks happened. He says money. An army consumes so much money just being. Men, horses, equipment, provisions. None of it's free, and the Band of the Hawk will grow larger and larger. It has to. For that, too, we need a vast amount. War funds. In any case, I seem to appeal to that old man, and I was interested in his fortune.
So that's some extroverted logic. Doesn't seem to be the leading thing. It's more, potentially more of a role function situation.
Our interests coincided. Casca disagrees with his actions, saying they would eventually raise enough, but Griffith believes it would take too long, and every battle he loses more troops. Casca wonders if it was because of the boy Griffith expressed somber sentiments over dying earlier. He says no. I thought about it logically.
So this thinking about it logically, it seems to be something he's almost forced into. He has to do this. To achieve his ambitions, he has to think logically and pragmatically, so he ends up doing this, but in doing so, it was compromised.
To go into battle and lose hundreds of soldiers or seduce one old man, which is the lesser risk? Casca, listen. I don't feel at all responsible for my comrades who've lost their lives under my command. I guess they themselves choose to fight. That's just the way I am. But if for their lives, for the sake of the dead, if there's something I can do, that thing is to win. I'll keep winning to fulfill my dream to which they clung, putting their life.
And this is very interesting. He almost sublimates himself as being the symbol, and sublimates their deaths, their sacrifices, to being something which then, for him to actually carry their memory or their purpose forward, he has to achieve all of his ambitions. It's very convenient in doing so, rather than feeling guilt, someone to feel guilt for their death, responsible for their death, etc., etc., etc. It's more, okay, they died. I don't feel bad about that. They are all lending their souls, as it were, towards my eventual victory, and me becoming. This is why I must be victorious. I must achieve what I want to do, fulfill my dream, because they all given their lives so I can fulfill my dream. That's very much the rejection of introverted ethics, and instead leading with extroverted ethics and introvert intuition with it. Symbolic representation about what he achieves in the sort of grandiose sense justifies all the death that has happened.
Lives on the line. My dream can only be realized by building upon their corpses. It's a blood-smeared dream after all. I have neither regret nor remorse about that. But for hundreds, thousands of lives to hang in the balance and myself alone not to be unclean, what I want won't enter my grasp as easily as that. I think this scene shows the humanity still heavily present in Griffith early on during his campaign. Someone who realizes this isn't a game like when he was playing on the streets, wishing to have a kingdom, but now understands the price to pay in order to accomplish the impossible as fast as possible. Someone who is bothered by the lives lost for his dream and feels disgusted by the actions he takes in general, but he's willing to suffer and endure the pain, slowly killing off those feelings of remorse and separating himself from his humanity if he has to, because what matters most is the goal, the dream. He's going to use the dead as fuel to drive him, and he will find more corpses if he has to. Still, at this point, it would be inaccurate to describe him as purely evil. That is the nuances to his character. Instead, a man who is willing to get dirty and bathe in blood for his kingdom. There's another word that was emphasized in the dialogue I do want to point out to as well, and that is alone. Griffith, because of his position...
See, Nellie might use people, but they're unlikely to, in doing so, almost present the death as a justification for their success. That sort of what's the word? Appropriation of sacrifice towards a towards almost a self-indulging or personal fulfillment. That's I think Anelli would struggle with the introverted ethics violations of that.
And actions is isolated, with no one he can truly be himself around and be simply a human being and not the leader of the Band of the Hawk. As you can even see with the scene, as Casca tries to delve a little deeper into it, once he sees her reaction, he kind of shuts her out, but more on this later. Griffith, as he continues to chase his dream, will have to grow more desensitized to the evil he may have to witness or most likely commit himself, and will have to continue to keep up a facade to serve as the perfect symbol of inspiration to his men, a reality that he will try to ignore but bothers him deep down. Even in future scenes where he should be more cold and more desensitized, he will still ask guts if his actions are cruel, showing that throughout the Golden Age arc we are seeing a man discarding as much of his humanity as necessary, but not completely wanting to lose it. The third positive trait is his charisma, the thing that allows him to use people with ease and advance his plans, be it with members of the Hawk gaining favor with the king, and if not more importantly, favor with Charlotte, a way to use her and marry his way into a kingdom. Judo gives the most accurate description of Griffith and people's perception of Griffith before the eclipse, after admitting it's Griffith's charisma that attracted the mercenaries that would join the Band of the Hawk. Quote, How can I put this? Just when you think it looks like he's got some strange wisdom, he seems just like a kid. Just when you think he has a spine-chilling look on his face, he smiles innocently like a baby. Is he a child or an adult?
So that's the
Freaking
extroverted
understood.
intuition with the extroverted sensation, extroverted
Maybe
ethic.
foreshadowing. Anyways, back to
Yeah.
it. A good guy or a villain? I don't really know what he is. Guts mentally recalls the duality he noticed with Griffith as well. But something about him is different from us.
And it's also not the sort of conservative risk management extroverted ethics of role function. That is someone who leads with that.
There are things that simple mercenaries like us only hear about in the absurd drinking tales, things that he would think of, and so they were like nothing. I can't really describe it. It's not just his swordsmanship and his tactics. Ordinary people like us don't understand Griffith. It might take him longer than a lifetime to achieve it, but I guess he must have some kind of conviction. Guts asks, "In what?" And Judo responds, "In everything." It's not whether he's a good guy or a bad guy. It's not whether we really know him or not. Isn't that just how it is when a man gathers other men together? End quote. Not to lose too much focus in regards to Griffith's charismatic nature and what makes him alluring despite his physical beauty, but I think Griffith still pursues his dream at times with the childlike wonder which manifests itself during the calm moments. Maybe part of Griffith still likes to play around like he did long ago on the streets, and the members of the Hawk are just toys for him. But I would be mistaken not to point out that I do think he also just genuinely is a fun-loving person when he can be, and isn't busy killing or avoiding being killed. He's a mystery in a large part.
So again, this suggests that the role function is the extroverted logic. It's the sort of almost brutal pragmatism that he feels forced into, whereas the sort of the charismatic aspect of him that actually wins people over, that's what he really wants to be able to do. He almost has to make it almost a bit too commercial to succeed.
To the band of the Hawk, but his ambitious goal, his conviction, and charisma make him worth following, even if they don't truly understand him, regardless of whether he is good or evil. Quick intermission. This video is actually sponsored by me, or well, more appropriately, my series. For those that aren't aware, I think at this point in the story, Griffith is an individual capable of inspiring others and uniting them towards his goal, having moments of childlike innocence, but also a spine-chilling individual capable of anything if necessary. Still, this scene is information being given to the person who would allow us, the audience, to know Griffith more than...
It's not the first time I did a fictional character. I did the Grinch around Christmas time. So yeah, I've done fictional before. I just say when I do fictional, it doesn't come with a guarantee I'll get a clear outcome because sometimes the writing is incoherent. So, yeah.
The other, Guts. The scene after Guts and Griffith have a totally not sus water bucket fight, and Guts takes notice of Griffith's bailet. Given to him by a gypsy, it's the egg of the king, which means he's destined to obtain the world in exchange for his own flesh and blood. The irony. Guts asks, during the battle, why'd you come back to save me? Griffith's response, given the context, is not only in character, but I'm sure genuine, since these two were yet to become friends, something Griffith would seemingly never admit. Having acquired such an excellent soldier, I didn't want to lose him in such a petty battle. Guts, come align with me. This is no more than a single step. The band of
excellent soldier, petty battle, this idea that some people are worth more than others, that sort of status, the hierarchy, that's more towards beta, I'd say. Can be gamma, but it's definitely not
all the
alpha
victories
delta.
on the battlefield are the outset. Just the beginning. This is where it starts to get interesting. You can bet your life on that. Once again, extremely ironic. I will get my own kingdom. You will fight for my cause because you belong to me. I will decide the place where you die. Now, other than that sounding absolutely fucking crazy to tell another human being, Griffith knows exactly what he wants to achieve. And that's interesting to someone like Guts, who is in search of a dream and goals in life, something beyond surviving. His charisma and confidence is on full display, but at these scenes, along with future ones where Guts and Griffith share moments of genuine vulnerability and camaraderie, is to pull us, the reader, in. In the same way, Guts is...
Like, an LIE is not interested in deciding where someone dies. That they want to be successful. They're not interested in that sort of power trip aspect of it.
Inspired, we the reader become inspired, and we get to know this character that we start to care for. Despite the clear negative signs, there is hope that what we saw in the Black Swordsman arc is some sort of twisted misunderstanding. Miura was very intentional into delving into the Golden Age arc as extensively as he did, because by showing us Guts formed this bond to Griffith, we the audience will do the same. we become familiar with his good qualities, his flaws and fears. Betrayal from a stranger doesn't sting anywhere as close as betrayal from those we are closest to. We see the potential of how great Griffith can be. So the barrier that was separating us from Guts' sentiments in the Black Swordsman arc and ours is being dissolved as the story goes on, and we aren't even aware of it until it's too late. Before the eclipse even happens, we know this character to be inspiring, driven, ambitious, relentless, charismatic, beautiful, wise, highly capable, calculated, childish, and remorseful.
But not really just chilled and down to earth with everyone else, not really. Always sort of separate from everyone else, almost like slightly removed. It's the introverted intuition comes in there, and there's no real sign of introverted sensation.
Deep down, but also immoral, deceptive, possessive, manipulative, selfish, and as we would later see, impulsive when it's something he cares about, and spiteful. The bad qualities are easier to hide when things are going your way, but what is to happen when a man like this loses it all? Prior to addressing that, I think going back to the isolation Griffith deals with, and just how important the idea of living for one's dream means to him is made present in the scene after Guts assassinated Julius and accidentally killed his son Adonis. In a conversation with Charlotte, he explains to her how he believes a person's life should be dedicated to his dream, and how he can't abide by a lifestyle that is simply living. To him, a friend is someone who is his equal, not
That's a simply living. In other words, he cannot abide by introverted sensation.
someone who is under his dream, but if not their own. Despite how close we seemingly got to this character through Guts, it seems there's now this feeling of separation between the two. But Griffith is unaware that the entire time, there was already someone who challenged him like an equal, someone that didn't look up to him but have not walked up to him and punched him right in the face. But these words only push Guts, who was already in search of a purpose, but is now of the belief he cannot find it while being under the wing of the Great Falcon, the Blazing Inferno, simply moving on after warming himself by that campfire for a bit. I delve more into Griffith and Guts and their dynamic and contrast in regards to their dreams and romanticism in general when it comes to Berserk in this video. The overall point in regards to Griffith was his childlike dream, was something he never really grew up from. To him, people are tools for that dream, and his possessive tantrum shows fully when the art of miscommunication reaches its climax as Mouse wishes to leave, in order to become a man with his own dream, to truly be Griffith's equal and friend. But to Griffith, his closest friend is abandoning him, even if he won't use that terminology for Guts, the person that offered an escape from his blood-soaked dream and allowed him to be a normal person. This scene is really crazy when you put it into context.
Yeah,
this
I
is
think so.
Griffith's biggest success he's
Happy to
ever
do more
in his
Berserk
entire campaign,
characters.
with pretty much a guaranteed path to having a kingdom. But yet this is how he internally thinks about the person closest to him. Quote, "I can't sense your typical brazen fighting spirit. Your eyes remain calm and yet they're poised, devoid of precariousness. So that's how firm you are in your resolve. Do you want to go? Is this how badly you want to leave my grasp? You can't. You can't."
So the guy sort of is firm and resolute and set in what he wants. That approach, a sort of more potentially more creative function, extroverted sensation, aggression that really appeals to him.
"I won't have it. I won't let you." He then talks about the fight being decided in one attack, but that he might kill him if not careful. But then he says this, quote, "Even then, if I can't have him, I don't care." End quote. This is how Griffith truly is. He will do anything to achieve what he wants and do anything to get his way. He would rather his closest friend be dead than off doing his own thing without him. Granted, this could be the thoughts in the heat of the moment, but nothing we've seen from Griffith before.
Which is not, again, not introverted ethics valuing at all. It's almost, I want to bring you into myself. It's not actually valuing the relationship itself.
For after
There's no boundaries there.
Be different. Simply, he might feel some sentiments of remorse after the fact. The fight does not go his way, though, unlike their first encounter, and now suffers a humiliating defeat as Guts leaves him behind. Now, a normal person who has everything ahead of them, like Griffith, would move on and be fine, since surely it would be nothing more than a rock on the road, as Guts thought. But instead, we reach the turning point of Griffith's character, the moment where the cautionary character's flaws lead them to make an impulsive decision that costs them everything. I will delve into the external factors that didn't help or did influence Griffith in specific, but often these external factors are used too much as excuses.
So, where suddenly the character unravels, he becomes totally unstable, he goes too far. That sort of, what you expect, sort of more of a low introverted sensation type. EIE makes a lot of sense here again.
While ignoring the decisions these characters took for themselves or the glaring flaws that have led to their demise. Anakin Skywalker, Tony Montana, Walter White, Daniel Plainview, and Griffith are all admirable characters with admirable qualities, but the crack in their armor is shown many times, and when tension is at its highest, they are destined to fall. And characters we once saw some redeeming qualities in then become irredeemable monsters that we can no longer root for or that we flat out hate. And so even though, yes, the external factors can take a portion of the blame, depending on which character, more or less, it shouldn't completely absolve them from what they themselves did wrong. Griffith sleeps with Charlotte to get over the loss of Guts, which results in the king taking Griffith as prisoner and torturing him for over a year until he is unrecognizable. This was, of course...
So why seduce a woman to get over the loss of one's... yeah. That doesn't make much sense to me. But it's, I guess it's sort of feeling high and totally possessing someone. Maybe it's that sort of stuff.
It's a huge overreaction from a wicked man. But why did Griffith feel the need to push himself onto Charlotte to forget about Guts? One explanation is a 3-letter word that rhymes with the word gay, but the best way I've ever read or heard it described came from a comment in the video I linked earlier. Quote, Griffith's tragedy of being a martyr to his dream is compounded by the fact that I believe that he saw the potential to live a normal life when he looked at Guts. In a way, maybe he imagined that Guts could be the only one to save him from martyring himself to his dream. His dream was full of him constantly sacrificing himself, and his friends, or hurting himself and numbing himself. I think deep in his heart he realized maybe Guts, the only person not to treat him as his persona, but to treat him as a regular person, could convince him to live a happy, normal life, pursuing the desires he suppressed for his dream. At that same time, he was most terrified of Guts as for that same reason, someone who can distract him from his dream. Not to...
Now, yeah, like was an LIE would be more receptive to what Guts was able to do by treating him as a person rather than as an image. But yeah, it wasn't enough for Griffith.
To mention, he was probably struggling with the fear of rejection and disappointing everyone that looked up to him and letting down everyone who sacrificed themselves for him if he revealed his true self and let down his persona. The mask Griffith wears is completely synonymous to his dream. Femto is the perfect embodiment of the worst traits of Griffith because he had to abandon all his human feelings and essentially...
He becomes the mask, which is what EIEs do. They become the mask. For them, that becomes who they are, ultimately more important to them than whatever their private and personal feelings are. Whereas an LIE feels compelled to put on the mask out of for social expectations reasons, but then really embraces the opportunity to drop that and responds very well to that sort of effect with someone like Guts will be able to provide. But for an EIE, no, they eventually rebuff it.
Sacrifice himself in whole essence to achieve his dream. And that's exactly what he did in the most literal of ways. Sometimes I think more of you should just get a microphone and do this YouTube shit instead, because holy hell. But shout out to David for this wonderful comic that laid this out. As Griffith transforms throughout the process of torture narratively, this is where after being pulled in close, the betrayal happens, and he becomes the most hated villain in all of anime manga. When all is going well, the negative traits can be held down, directed only towards those necessary. But what happens when an ambitious individual who's been established as capable of whatever is necessary for the god that is dream is in his most desperate state imaginable? Griffith's torture over a year underground is by far the most sympathetic you feel for his character, I believe. One could argue that previous assassinations he was responsible for could justify his punishment, but I think that's a bit of a stretch given...
When he's totally reduced and tortured and broken, which is the destruction of his image as well, destruction of his persona. He's no longer this sort of powerful, beautiful figure. He is this this wretch.
Those were in retaliation, even if getting
that
those
would
people
break him
out of the picture was actually convenient for Griffith obtaining the throne, as well as the mutilating of his body, removal of his tongue, and incapacitation of his legs, along with the imprisonment, was because of the king's reaction to Griffith sleeping with Charlotte. Excessive is an understatement. Even if this could have all been avoided had Griffith not had a mental collapse when Guts left. On top of the indescribable pain he must have gone through along with the thirst, starvation throughout that miserable year, what Griffith permanently lost for the rest of his life was even more important.
Yeah, I find the idea of him having his collapse when Guts left, this is what I mean when I think fictional writing is excessive. He's an EIE character. He's meant to be an EIE character, but this whole idea that Guts as the hero figure is so impactful as a person. Everyone is made lesser compared to Guts to some degree. That Guts leaving breaks them. I find that part hard to believe it would be that extreme.
A man of beauty and charm stripped of that. His ability to speak, which was often his greatest asset, taken from him. Someone capable of winning battles with the sword, unable to wield one. Unable to lead or serve as a symbol to admire. A little boy who once ran and played in the streets, unable to run. And the man who climbed corpses towards his goal.
Like you can't use your extroverted ethics anymore in this position.
To climb. If to a man his entire identity is founded not in others who love him and are true friends, but instead his dreams and what others think of him, take away the things people admire and make his dream unattainable, then he has nothing, he is nothing. You know how the cliche goes. And rescued, he attempts to choke Guts out but is incapable. Casca, the woman who once had eyes for him, now her attention is on Guts. The men who he once led now look towards Guts for leadership. Everything was taken away from him, in his mind, by the person who has abandoned him. Even incapable of...
That they look to Guts for leadership. It's who they revere now instead of him. That's the extroverted ethics side, which he needed the reverence, and that's been taken now. And he sees the fulfillment of his dream, getting the kingdom. Being revered is almost part and parcel with that.
Imposing himself onto Casca, who only accepts him out of pity. To someone like Griffith, this is a fate worse than death. Death seems to be the only escape, until the crimson egg falls into his hands, and so commences the ceremony. This is where I want to address two important things before getting into the eclipse. Delving into the external factors in regards to the manipulation of the God Hand, it's important to state that with causality and their ability to predict the flow and manipulate it, does not make them all-powerful or all-knowing. And even though they can push events to certain directions, they cannot force someone to make a decision. Still, there is an aspect of discussion in regards to predestination and how much of that plays a role in the life of a character like Griffith, or characters of prophecy in general like Anakin, for example. The external forces that push these characters hold a piece of the blame, but it cannot be used to completely absolve the characters of their misdeeds that...
I think if they'd actually written a genuinely LIE character to have done this, if they'd made that convincing, that would have been more gripping, in my view, than the IE.
That they are still responsible for. Another point I want to address is that most people in Griffith's position would make the same choice. I would argue that is more a horrifying moment of self-reflection and an indictment of our selfish human nature, and all because a decision someone makes can be understood from their perspective and relatable if we were to be in the same shoes, does not make it morally correct by default. Characters like these serve as cautionary tales.
When you think of, say, Walter White and Breaking Bad, he sets out to provide for his family, but eventually it's just about himself achieving as much as he can on the backs of others. There is a tragic element to that character there. Whereas for this character, he's almost... circumstance forces him, enables him to follow his nature to its furthest point. Like, he never cared that much about people. He never cared much about this, never cared much about that. He always wanted the grandiose vision, and he pursued that at the expense of anything else. Like, what do you expect when you take away any other means of achieving what he wants?
In the same way, a character arc can be seen through a character's want versus need, as is the case with Guts in his quest for revenge. Griffith can be seen as a character whose downfall is a result of rejecting and not realizing his need, being far too obsessed with his want. His want was to obtain a kingdom, and living towards his dream, but his need was to appreciate the people closest to him, and be willing to find purpose in a life separate from his dream, but he was incapable of doing so. Nasir...
So that's why I find his want and his need are somehow different things. I mean, why is that his need? It seems to me his need was to be this grandiose symbol of someone who is set to achieve his kingdom. That was what seems to have motivated him. Maybe the struggle, I think, is that they were... This is where I think we start getting hybridy characters. It's almost as though he's an EIE, but because I don't think they necessarily understood introverted logic as a suggestive function. I think they thought that maybe a suggestive function they made it more introverted ethics-like rather than introverted logic. That's why I say it's hard to get pure characters when they're fictional. Like, everything about him seems EIE, except that how it deals with what should be narratively his suggestive function. The writer, I think, failed to see that natural other side as introverted logic and almost trying to shoehorn introverted ethics into it, when so much of what he does is the rejection of introverted ethics. But for some reason, Guts is the exception to it. It breaks the rules of that. And so, yeah, it's weird. I do think EIE, but not a perfect example of an EIE because feature counts often aren't. There's a splicing of LIE in there.
Series full of grotesque monsters and characters who do the most detestable of things, very easy to hate, which is the point of those characters. Griffith manages to do something that would allow him to stand out, not only within the story itself, but in the entire medium. We've gotten close to these characters, the members of the Band of the Hawk. They've become like family to us by this point in the story. Yes, even Corcus. Guts and Casca have fallen for one another in a beautiful scene of true love with Wounds Part 1 and 2. These are the ones closest to Griffith, or in his mind used to be, but are still very close to us, the audience. So during the eclipse, he's presented with his guilt of the past and the path he took, the corpses he climbed to reach the top. Now he can't climb, but what if he was willing to sacrifice the lives of his comrades, those closest to him, so he won't have to climb, but instead, he can have wings to fly straight to the dream that he so badly wants. Quote,
which is also why LIE can't make sense. And LIE would not, because in doing this, not in an LIE throwing their need, their intimacy in terms of one-to-one relationships on the pyre. At the same time as the key thing, they're also throwing their competence on the pyre. An LIE would not just decide, right, I want to now make the bargain and be given all this stuff, because it's not achieved through their competence. It's a cheat code. That's not competence. So an EIE might, because they don't care about extroverted logic, really. They'll feel they have to do it, they have to do it. This idea that I am owed a castle. I'm owed a castle regardless of whether I have a competence to earn that castle or not. That doesn't work for an LIE. It doesn't work for a type which values and focuses on extroverted logic. It works for an EIE. So yeah, this is the problem.
Regretting it now. What can I say to the dead now? What good is repenting of my sins now? I can't so much as apologize. This is the path I have traveled to get what I wanted. I can't apologize. No,
but I can see why this has happened, because you have a compelling, as you say, a compelling ESI-ish character in Guts. So his relationship with the villain has to be compelling, equally compelling. How do you do that? Well, you have to have some sort of attraction of Guts to this character. There has to be something there that creates this tension, and then the failure to fulfill that tension, leading to the villain's villainous descent. So you have to contrast what aesthetically works for this villain, this sort of heroic figure, pseudo-heroic figure turned villain. You have to do that whilst at the same time making the relationship between him and Guts also work. To make that really work and get that tension in place, you have to get a hybrid character, an EIE with a little bit of LIE, introverted ethics suggestive splicing. And that's what we got. You reconcile two irreconcilable things. Whereas if they'd actually just started with an LIE figure, and so he's less of a symbol and needs to do this and that, who prioritizes personal ambition over his closer attachments, someone who, yeah, moves away or abandons a potential close relationship, one that could have brought him happiness for a career, for money, for wealth, where he could then work hard on that particular thing, and then find himself lonely at the end of his life. That is a believable tragedy for an LIE. This is not a believable tragedy. An LIE would not do the things he's doing. And an EIE would not really have been tempted along the introverted ethics path, as he has been. And then had to turn back on it, hence the tragedy, the separation of the want and the need, such situation. So there is no personality type that perfectly represents what's happened here, because these are two asset personality type, 90% EIE, 10% LIE.
won't apologize. If I apologize, if I repent, everything will come to an end. I'll never get to reach that place. Being egged on by the God Hand, all he has to say is the words, I sacrifice in his heart. And as he gets a final look at the one person who made him forget his dream, he does the unforgivable. To add on top of the brutal massacre of those close to Guts and close to the audience, he flies down with his newly acquired wings he wished for and violates Casca in front of Guts to spite him. To be in control once again and to stick it to the one he feels abandoned him and made him doubt his dream. I'm not even going to entertain the people who could defend the character after this. Go.
Also, like Fulgrim from Warhammer, he turns into a demon. It's funny. There's sort of a feel like, you know, Fulgrim, and then with what's his name? Oh, the Gorgon, of the Iron Hands. What's his name? Can't remember now. What's his name? What's the Ferrus Manus. There is definitely a similar feel there. I find that quite funny. Ferrus Manus, very sort of manly, sort of gruff figure. And then you have, I'll show you Fulgrim, just see what I mean. It's also Fulgrim portrayed him. Here we go. Also becomes a villain, but sort of long haired. That is a terrible, terrible image of him. But let me find another image of Fulgrim. See what I mean? Yeah, you see what I mean? Basically the same character. There he is. Literally the same character. And then also betrays and becomes a demon. Hang on, it's in his demon form. Transforms into a demon prince. It is so similar. That is so funny. Right. There's his figurine. Goodness. Okay. Enough Warhammer. But I just find that's an interesting pattern there.
He'll be a contrarian somewhere else. This event actually, though, wasn't even supposed to happen, as Miura was having doubts about following through with it, as it wasn't very popular with the readers in Japan. I wonder why, but was encouraged by his editor to continue. The decision to keep Casca alive, but in a mind-broken
And yeah,
state,
he chops off their man's head
about why he's hell-bent on revenge, but just like us, the audience, makes it so that there isn't any closure or separation from that sentiment of hatred. As well as it's easier to put ourselves in the shoes of a character who suffers more than one who is dead. And yes, while the members of the Hog being killed stung like hell,
he's got makeup on, he's got lipstick on.
Oh man, that scene is, it's so heartbreaking. Even then, the state of Casca and the state that she's been in, there has been a perpetual feeling of pain and misery that is endured after all these decades. The feeling of betrayal and injustice is constantly reminded to all of us that know this tale. Griffith gets to be reborn into the physical world like a god, send it into chaos so that his kingdom can serve as a false safe haven for humanity, and creates a new band of the Hawk. So the point that Griffith's kingdom was a safe haven and for the greater good, you can't even give him that because he's saving people from a mess that he started. But during all that, Guts remains haunted by spirits and demons destined to go to hell. Nights of sleep are rare, and he's surrounded by misfortune and misery, missing an eye and an arm, while the child that was supposed to be his and Casca's was tainted by Femto, the shadow of Griffith fully taken over. The love of his life is broken, and when she finally does get her mind back, they still can't be together. The man who sacrificed, given everything he ever wanted, and the one sacrificed against his will to live on in perpetual suffering. The floodgates are open, and now there is a strong connection between the audience's sentiments and Guts, made clear when Griffith returns and Guts goes to lash out in his hatred, but then is stopped by the sounds Casca makes. Choosing to leave behind those he cared about to pursue revenge was a mistake he already made, and now the struggle with Guts' character is that he remains at a crossroads, tempted to do so once again. But yet he's grown. Griffith remains steadfast in what he wants. There is an irony, however, after Griffith went out of his way to see Guts again to prove he had no sentiments about what he did and that he felt nothing, something odd happened. Reincarnating into the world again, he merged with the very child he tainted and was poisoned with the thing he tried to get rid of in order to fly to his dream, his humanity, his desire and need to be close and cared about by those truly close to him, regardless of what he accomplishes. If there's any sense of pity,
Yeah, that's the introverted ethics, suggestive function somehow in
for
the character.
Griffith is the tragedy that he once again sits alone in the sky, surrounded by those who only see him and care for him as his persona, but not by those who cared for the man. Why would they? There's nothing left of that person. So even after he achieved everything he ever wanted, on moonlit nights he desires to feel that compassion he sacrificed for his dream, like a child in need of love. So he takes Costco away once again from Guts, once more to leave him in a state of broken despair, on the brink of losing his humanity as well. I think Mira's genius is on full display, given the amount of nuance and discussion that could be had with this character. The name itself creates feeling, the image of a black falcon disguising himself as a pure one to the world. After 30 years, fans still wish to see some form of justice for the actions he committed, but the price to pay for that might be far too steep now. Griffith, the most hated villain in anime and manga, to the point that even
Is he the most hated villain? I don't know.
suggesting there was someone worse than him arguably got one of my videos to a million views. I could probably credit his name being on the thumbnail being like 90% responsible for that. A man who replaced those who looked up to him and those who considered him a true friend for wings.
I don't know. I still think Shoot Tucker's worse, to be honest. Okay. Right. So yeah, I think EIE, but not a perfect EIE, unfortunately, as it can often go with fictional characters. Okay. Let's turn now to the last one of the night. Stuttering Craig. I have no idea who this person is. So let's take a look. Craig Skistimus. Now, is that his real surname? Is it a fake surname or is it Greek? Probably it's Greek. Now, Stuttering Craig is an American producer, online content creator, and entrepreneur known for co-founding Screw Attack, a prominent gaming entertainment company and media brand. He launched Screw Attack in 2006 alongside Thomas Hanley, built into a source of video game-related content, including reviews, top 10 lists, podcasts, and the animated series Death. That rings a bell. I do enjoy Death Battle. Under his guidance as owner and general manager, the company grew an audience and influence within the online gaming community. In 2014, Screw Attack was acquired by Full Screen, which it partnered with and joined Rooster Teeth Productions. Skistimas continued leadership roles. He transitioned from Screw Attack to co-found Game Attack. He's since pursued independent projects and to be hosting the Revive Side Scrollers podcast and associated YouTube channel, which feature gaming commentary, industry discussions, and interviews with creators. He's contributed to gaming media on YouTube and digital platforms, helping popularize formats for blend human analysis and comparative elements in gaming content. His career reflects the growth of independent online media in the gaming industry, from niche web shows to mainstream entertainment. Born in Dallas, he's 6'4". Graduated from Marcus High School. Okay, doesn't mean much to me. Co-founded Screw Attack with Thomas Hanley. There was an online. You got Handsome Tom and Stuttering Craig. So that's first offering was a studio podcast, Side Scroller, hosted by Schism and Hanley, debuted on the launch date, and focus on gaming reviews, gaming news, and discussions. Humorous gaming-related material, not necessarily so technical, but humorous is key here, including reviews and community-driven features to attract enthusiasts throughout online forums, word of mouth. Sounds like a very alpha thing to do. Experienced substantial audience growth during its independent era, particularly through its YouTube channel. Standout productions. Yeah, the only thing I see of them is Death Battle, to be honest. which premiered with the episode Boba Fett vs. Samus Aran. And Krieg became Screw Attack's yes, 100%. It grew into the site's most popular program. Because you got good research into the characters, followed by a fully staged battle. It's great. He performed on the persona Stuttering Craig. Frequently appeared on camera across these formats, delivering passionate rants, commentary, comedic bits. Okay, recognizable part of Screw Attack's style. His energetic presence helped define the site's personality and connected with audiences through authentic enthusiasm for gaming. And transition from an independent gaming content creator and full-screen subsidiary to an integrated part of Rooster Teeth. He was a general manager, serving alongside co-founder Thomas Hanley. He was the brand's operations, content production, team management. As management, to continue producing signature gaming-related content, obtaining Death Battle. His tenure emphasized preserving Screw Attack's distinct identity within a larger Rooster Teeth's ecosystem, leadership responsibilities encompassing strategic direction for content and team coordination. He then departed to co-found a new gaming channel called Game Attack. Initially corporately separate, but still part of Rooster Teeth. It could have made broader transitions following acquisition. Game Attack, they became fully independent from Rooster Teeth. So he's wanted independence, maybe. It's a privately held entity where Skistimus continues co-owner and on-screen personality, contributed significantly to developing strategies to maximize creative revenue, built loyal communities through subscription-focused initiatives and high engagement events. When departed Game Attack, 2020 to pursue other projects, including podcasts or his ownership stakes to Sean Bolan. Side scrollers. Okay. Feature casual, conversational content in video games, entertainment news, pop culture, interviews from guests from the gaming online communities, and personal commentary, with a humorous and irreverent tone. Laid back, hangout style for normal audiences. So I think I'm pretty sure he's an alpha, probably not an LII, and could maybe, if not an alpha, be an IE. His widely recognized gaming entertainment community was nicknamed Stuttering Craig, which originated from his notable stutter, become a signature element of his public identity. His on-camera style, characterized by high-energy rants, frequent wearing of hats, and enthusiastic discussions of video games and pop culture topics. It's demonstrated a strong interest in interviewing creators and personalities within the gaming industry and media industries, often bringing his passionate and direct approach to the conversations. Now, I think LII probably doesn't make sense there. Let's see. He's publicly expressed a desire to repurchase the rights to Screw Attack, which he co-founded in Death Battle via tweet. Yeah, seems to fit. I think he didn't like being the general manager under someone else, but took the decision, perhaps, and regretted it. Maybe. Okay. Let's see. Take a look at this. Playing Craig reacts. That's on the side scroll. Okay, let's take a look at this.
Craig Skitsmus, also known as Stuttering Craig, and now just going by Craig of the Side Scrollers podcast, used to be known as one of the OGs of online gaming content creation, being a co-founder of website Screw Attack in 2006, and through this, being a pioneer of the medium. There are very few creators that have lasted as long as Craig has in his industry, and with being around for so long, Craig has had to adapt with the times, and throughout his career, he has had a mix of failures and successes in his endeavours. His most recent project is a reboot of the Side Scrollers podcast, and now he covers gaming news through an anti-woke lens, and it's safe to say it's a pretty decent success.
Okay, so he got an anti-woke, that's cool. That guy, what's his name? Can't remember, but yeah, he's fun. I like his Warhammer videos. Very
But
anti-woke.
I see this anti-woke stance that Craig takes as
His Arch.
insincere.
His name
And
Arch.
unfortunately, I think it lacks in any value and doesn't add anything to the conversation around wokeness in games. So it's quite funny to look back now and see the Craig's
What were you just saying?
games. Rollers podcast, and now he covers gaming news through an anti-woke lens, and it's safe to say it's a pretty decent success. But I see this anti-woke
His Arch.
stance that Craig takes as insincere, and unfortunately I think it lacks in any value and doesn't add anything to the conversation around wokeness in games. So it's quite funny to look back now and see that Craig's first endeavour into content creation was the Side Scrollers podcast.
I mean,
but this
it's funny we're at a stage where becoming anti-woke is now can be a genuinely opportunistic endeavor that almost gets you an audience now. Didn't used to be, now it does.
Back in 2006 took a very different form to what it is now. He initially wanted an online radio show about gaming, but he quickly found out what podcasting was and co-founded the Screw Attack website with his friend Handsome Tom to host said podcast. And I haven't listened to a lot of this stuff for making this video, but it seems like solid content, especially for its time. I mean, this was all
Craig's already quite big. His Handsome Tom's huge.
before my time, but Joe Rogan started podcasting in 2009. And, you know, people always say, oh, he's an innovator. He's one of the first guys. I don't actually know myself if that is the case, but it's an example. 3 years after Craig started doing his show, so I can't imagine there was much content like this online. And it didn't take long for them to start releasing video content with the video game Vault. These were pretty basic, short-form reviews, often being less than a minute long, covering retro games. If you watch something like their Intelligent Cube for PS1 video, it is pretty much just a brief overview of the game.
The goal of this game is to get a sweet IQ by getting more points. We'll try to capture the gray blocks while letting the black ones fall off. You can also use the green blocks to blow up the rest of them.
And as time passed, they upgraded their content. They started doing top 10s. And they also started collaborating with other creators. Most notably, they scouted the angry video game nerd and got him to start releasing his videos on the Screw Attack website. And things went so well for them that GameTrailers.com stepped in and struck a deal to host their content. This was a far
so it's very successful they're doing to begin with.
More official and corporate style website than Screw Attack, but the Screw Attack team and the angry video game nerds seemingly had free reign to produce whatever content they wanted.
Which I think must have been in terms of a deal. But clearly wasn't enough eventually.
So they were a pretty good fit. Game traders could keep their corporate image and they could host Screw Attack and AVGN to do more relatable gaming content. And I look back on this age as a time of genuine and honest content creation. There wasn't a great deal of money to be made, and people didn't expect this to become a business. So people would just make stuff that they personally found interesting, and they would do whatever they like. Like you weren't going to find other gaming media outlets doing Soulja Boy diss tracks.
So overtly silly, down-to-earth, relatable stuff.
Or working with people to make their own Clerk-style web series.
3 game chicks you would not have sex with. Ooh. Melina from Mortal Kombat. Any of the Draenei chicks from World of Warcraft. Really? Not Chun-Li? Oh yeah. You see, as amazingly hot as Chun-Li is, her massive, powerful thighs would crush any man like a vice.
Yes, that is a young pro Jared doing a bit where he gets his balls crushed by Chun-Li. And it's not only totally not creepy guy that's never done anything wrong pro Jared that started there. For example, Destin Legary started there before moving to IGN for 13. This project did not see the same success. In fact, here's Sean, who now does Hang Time, claiming that they made only $500 to $600 a month.
But our YouTube channel was making about, $500 or $600 a month on when we were at our highest. The most successful channel our YouTube ever was, we were making $600, maybe like $1,000 a month.
Wow.
So again,
that's not a lot of money.
Parted ways, and it was a while until we'd hear from him again. I did have a bit about Craig coming back and interviewing his old friends and his weird show with his loser brother, but let's get into what's really interesting: the new Side Scrollers podcast. Here, they're covering gaming with an anti-woke lens.
But I hope you understand the show is not political. And the show is not meant to be political at all. Which, once again, not an anti-woke show.
Oh, right. I guess it's not. What's going on over there then?
Ian came in with 10 gifts.
He's got the critical drinker on there.
Ian, yes, Ian, you legend, you. What it was stud. Do we have Kirsha bouncing up and down for?
Oh, hang on, I gotta find her. Where is she? There she is.
There she is. Good to see you, Kirsha. Thank you very much for your bouncing right there. That's wonderful.
That's just an out of context clip. Yeah. There's irony I'm not tuned into. I haven't been watching it enough. Oh, cool. It's well-known class act Arch Warhammer. He's going to bring it back.
Arch is hilarious.
Give it up for Joey. Joey, thanks, dude, for the massive $50 super chat.
And Arch is very much a figure of anti-woke gaming. Like, I'm not sure sometimes whether he's more about Warhammer or is it more about how Warhammer's woke.
Says, hi, Side Scroller. Just wanted to ask.
This is the show. Pay $50 to see Craig's stash of TikToks that he's stored there for his personal use. This is truly disgraceful. Is this owning the feminists, or is this a group gooning session? And I feel like salt gets rubbed into the wound even more when you learn how Craig markets this new show.
Hey everybody, I'm Craig. Welcome to the Side Scrollers podcast channel. If you are a normal man who have found common sense, guess what? Hit that subscribe button and join the nearly 105,000 normal men this time. And we're going clean, we're going simple, just like normal men like. Let everybody know. Proclaim your normalcy now. The link is in the description down below. It is available. Be a normal man.
Just be a normal man, and we're gonna get normal men on like Nick Ricata and Short Fat Otaku to tell tales of Gamergate.
Without seeking approval of the San Francisco Board of Education, Superintendent of Schools Maria Sue plans to unveil a new grading for equity.
You may have noticed the shrill banshee that's unable to control the volume of their voice. This is Craig's new co-host, Blabs. And yes,
okay, so this is less informative than how this guy does not like what Craig is doing. Okay, fine, but it's less useful for my purposes.
Launching a little website called Screw Attack, and Screw Attack was a very big player in the late 2000s, early 2010s in the video game culture space. Made a lot of videos about videos, and I'll tell you what's been really interesting is the one consistent thing that I hear about is you're the guy from Screw Attack, and it's become you're the guy from Side Scrollers, which is very, very cool. But even those who watch Side Scrollers say, hey, I'd love to hear and see you react to classic Screw Attack stuff. And I did this a couple times on YouTube, but we thought we'd make this a regular feature over here on Side Scrollers Plus because, well, you guys have asked for it. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to watch a video today. I appreciate y'all's support. Thank you so much. This is I'm going to be doing various videos, some top 10s, some what Screw Attack, and the big content creators before content creators were a thing on YouTube. A lot of people got their start, obviously, most notably, the angry Nintendo nerd, later became the angry video game nerd, James Rolfe. Game Theory got their start. Pro Jared started on Screw Attack actually as an employee. Peanut Butter Gamer.
Let's see one of his rants. Let's see one of his rants.
People. It's a
Rise and Fall. Okay. Some sort of idea here, maybe.
So here's the thing. It is currently about 80 degrees inside of the cabin, about 100 outside. My air conditioner is barely doing anything to keep me cool in here, so you're just gonna have to deal with a red strong man throughout most of this video. Sorry about that. I always said I wasn't cool. Here's another thing. Back in May, I made a video on the gaming website, Blistered Thumbs, going over how much of an absolute VGN made his hentai games video, and I had to go on Screw Attack to watch it. By the way, a little qualifier there, when it was still around, will probably give you a bit of a hint as to where this story goes. Still, I'm not exactly sure why people want me to look into him, so I guess let's start by just doing a little surface level research, alright?
Later.
Oh, okay, that explains it. The story of Stuttering Craig, real name Craig Skistimus, which sounds like a fake holiday, is a fascinating...
It does sound fake, but it's probably just Greek.
Story of how someone who had it all ruined it for not just himself, but everyone else, purely out of ego and spite, allegedly. This guy made a single good move that could have theoretically carried him off into the sunset, but he ended up fumbling it so hard that now he's just a regular-ass small YouTuber, which, like, okay, that's still pretty good, but like, he's doing about as same as me right now, and that's quite the fall, alright? Frankly, I had my work cut out for me, as a lot of this story actually isn't that easy to find. Weirdly enough, a lot of Screw Attack's history just isn't well documented, outside of dubious fan wikis with few sources and sometimes conflicting information.
Right.
Screw Attack doesn't even have a Wikipedia page, and I don't even know how that's possible.
Death
This was
Battle's
a
on there.
massive website for its time that jumpstarted the careers of people who would go on to be influential names to this day. Channel Awesome has its own Wikipedia page, but somehow...
Okay, I get the point. Rise and painful fall of Screw Attack. Go on. Okay, come on.
Shit goes back, way back, to February 15th, 2006. Two friends, Craig Skidimus and Thomas Hanley Jr., decided to do something that was pretty novel at the time. Start a podcast about video games. Look, I know nowadays dudes talking about video games is the most popular thing you can find on the internet, but this was 2006, back when video games were still kind of a niche hobby. Well, as niche as a multi-billion-dollar industry could possibly be. Look, it was a different time, okay? Video games were either for children, virgins, or drunken frat boys. But point is, at the time, this was a novel idea, and because of that, the show began to grow very quickly. The podcast would be called the Side Scrollers Podcast. The podcast was pretty
It's possible that the reason he did well is because he got in early. And because the first one doing it, got in early, had all the attention, but then made poor decisions of what he then did, potentially.
Put together for its time, and from what I heard, the two hosts did have good chemistry with one another, so I can see why it caught on.
Dance Dance Revolution, a game that has changed a lot of people's lives, and now West Virginia is talking about putting it in the school system.
So it's going to be like the Subway guy? You know, Konami's going to come in there with a bad guy and then show a picture of him 10 minutes later after playing DDR. Magically appears 8 times skinnier.
When I was 13, I weighed 250 pounds, but now that I'm 18, I weigh 150 pounds. Thanks, DDR.
Yeah, maybe you're going to be like that dude with like one leg.
Yeah, the dude dancing around?
Yeah.
But he's not fat.
Yeah, that's true.
Or obese.
That's because he played the game.
That's right, because he hops around on his one skinny leg.
For the show, the two hosts adopted the nicknames of Stuttering Craig and Handsome Tom. I have been wondering for years who the fuck this random guy from Kikassia was, and now I finally have my answer. Who would have guessed that the man who triumphantly held the Kikassian flag was the co-founder of ScrewAttack.com? Speaking of, for all of you youngins that haven't caught on yet, this was before Spotify and YouTube. Back in the day, if you wanted to post something on the internet, it'd either have to be a forum post, or you'd have to make your own website for it. That's just how it was. Or I guess use Newgrounds, but I don't think they had podcasts back then, so... Due to popular...
This was ancient via internet terms.
Popularity of the podcast, they soon began to add video game-themed videos to the website, which just brought them more attention. These were shows like Video Game Vault, where the two would quickly go over retro video games. And by quickly, I mean quickly. Most of these videos are under a minute long.
That is incredible. Under a minute long?
I will now play the entirety of their video on Dudes with Attitude.
There's a reason why games are rare, and most of the time it's because people didn't buy them. And there's a good reason why people did not buy Dudes with Attitudes for the NES. Look at this. Do we have any idea what's going on? No. We don't even know the goal of the game. We don't know how to stay alive. We don't know why we're bouncing off the walls, but we do know this game sucks.
That is short. But it gets the point across. It is that looks very confusing for a game. I don't know what to do.
truly was a different time. Now,
Yep.
despite how antiquated this may seem nowadays, at the time these videos were popular and brought a lot of attention to Screw Attack. And over the course of about a year, they began to grow. They brought in more talent, upped the production value, and started doing other videos like top 10 lists. However, what truly shot them into the stratosphere was when they obtained the semi-exclusive rights to the angriest gamer you've ever heard. Yes, the Angry Video Game Nerd was one of the earliest shows on Screw Attack.
So this is what's going on now. Is Isaac has moved past Marvel Comics writers, and now I'm going into video game, internet-based video game culture people. That might be it.
See, AVGN was massive kind of from the start. However, at the time, there was no way to make money off of YouTube. James started uploading his series in 2006. The partnership program didn't roll out until 2007. But James did have his own website, cinemassacre.com, where he could make money through ads. So Screw Attack reached out, a deal. In exchange for the free publicity of being on their website, to get his website's name out there more, every single episode of the Angry Video Game Nerd, starting with episode 6, would premiere on ScrewAttack.com, before then trickling out onto Cinemassacre and YouTube. See, blistered thumbs? That's how you do it. Needless to say, having one of the biggest names on the internet and arguably one of the most influential creators of all time on the internet exclusively on your website, sorta, would be a massive boost to Screw Attack. Screw Attack would take its mostly final form in 2008.
Okay, so getting in early was key. Making an important agreement with one of the most successful people at the time. Yep, that makes sense.
Which was a very transformative time for the website. If I had to pinpoint the moment when Screw Attack transitioned from an independent website that hosted other creators to a business, it was March 12th, 2008. On that day, thousands of fans would arrive on ScrewAttack.com to listen to the newest episode of the Side Scrollers podcast, which had been going weekly this entire time, only to realize something is missing. Handsome Tom, one of the founders of the website who had been a part of the podcast since day one, was not here. In his place was Jose Meja, a different content creator.
Why is that? What happened?
For the website. Here it was announced that Handsome Tom would be leaving Screw Attack. The official statement from Craig was that Tom was effectively not pulling his weight.
I want to be upfront and honest with you about why Handsome Tom is no longer with Screw Attack. And before I go any further, this was about business. It was not personal at all. I know a lot of you don't think of Screw Attack as a business, but I hate to break the news to you, it is. When Screw Attack started out,
and the problem is, when you say it's making these business decisions, that kind of runs against the whole sort of very non-businessy, some guys having fun about video games feel. So, interesting choice.
Tom and I had this great envision. This thing, Screw Attack, was initially supposed to be a partnership. It was supposed to be, Craig and Tom with one goal in mind, doing something that we love and we're all about, video games, and making this thing happen. Tom wanted to be a part of the company, but didn't necessarily know how to contribute in the growth of Screw Attack, where his time was devoted to other things, and things just ultimately, weren't getting done. So as the initial plan was for...
That's a very good way to talk about the guy you've basically fan-thing with then departing. That probably leaves a bad taste in the mouth.
Screw Attack to be a partnership. As we started to make strides, it was obvious to me and other people involved directly with Screw Attack that it wasn't a partnership from a growth standpoint.
They entered it as a partnership. Tom wasn't treating it as a partnership, so they let him go. Which is fucking hilarious when you realize the actual reason that Tom left. See, going back to 2006, when the website and company Screw Attack first...
Oh, this is interesting. So that's not the reason. What actually is the reason?
Craig registered it only in his name, not including Tom as a co-founder.
I went and registered the company by myself.
Tom did not know this until Craig suddenly docked his pay, and he couldn't do shit about it. Despite being the co-founder of the website and one half of the duo that started all of this, Craig was legally Tom's boss, not his partner. This all came to a head in 2008 when Tom decided enough was enough and demanded that he gets equal partnership or he walks. Craig held the door open for him. What a fucking cock-nosed son of a bitch. This is some real slimy, backstabbing bullshit. That would probably be the most infamous moment in Screw Attack history if Craig hadn't continued to be a little shit. Yes, and around this time, you could upload your own videos to screwattack.com. And if they were popular enough, or...
See, if you want to go around putting together a very critical documentary of someone, it's probably the better way to do it, rather than jump into the woke stuff. Go into the history more. I prefer the way this guy's done it rather than the previous guy.
Are high enough quality, they could be featured on the website's front page. Some of the biggest names on this part of the website would even go on to be hired as professional content creators for Screw Attack. And believe it or not, this is where a lot of very popular creators got started, including Pro Jared, who's a story in his own right, and someone who somehow has already come up on this channel before, Peanut Butter Gamer. This guy was on both Blistered Thumbs and the Screw Attack. Rental Floss clearly saying this. Though it's not as if people weren't getting some shitty paint, Rascal. No, you're big cute. Just imagine Rascal holding the ball. Trailers, the internet wasn't like it was today. The YouTube partnership program didn't exist in 2006. We had to sell our videos to outlets like a small production company because you literally could make a living creating videos online. It just wasn't a thing. No. Easily disprovable by the fact that James did make a career making videos online at the time. He was doing AVGN full-time before the end of 2006. And I just refuse to believe that a website as big as Screw Attack in 2007 couldn't afford to pay James even that $50 a video nonsense. Cost-cutting measures like this would end up biting them in the ass, though, as once YouTube became a viable place for making money, or more money than Screw Attack was offering at least, a lot of their talent shifted over there. Didn't help that along with the money, YouTube also offered more independence and not having to share your paycheck with Craig. So, it was very alluring to people at the time. With the exception of one series.
Yeah.
Yes, Death Battle also got its start on Screw Attack. For the unaware, Death Battle is an online animated series where the hosts take two fictional characters, usually that have something in common with one another, and just have them beat the shit out of each other.
I need to see Superboy Prime versus Sentry. Yeah, I need to see that.
Really, the internet equivalent of just smashing toys together. Oh no, Chloe Clune killed Frankenstein.
Death Battle is
your
wonderful.
fan flop, but it's very high quality fan stuff.
It is very
by
high
people
quality.
that are clearly passionate about it. So, in my book, that's A-okay. But let me tell you, if you want to see the definition of the humble beginnings, check out their first video, Samus versus Boba Fett. And then watch, like, Eggman versus Bowser.
Wow.
If that doesn't inspire you to start making art right fucking now, then you just don't have an artist's soul, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. The series was created by Ben Singer for Screw Attack, and would go on to be their most popular series, especially once everyone else left. And while I'm sure Ben and his team would have loved to jump ship as well, they couldn't. See, animation is notorious.
So it seems like this Craig is very bad at retaining professional relationships, and it sounds like he resorts to quite duplicitous but also almost soulless corporate decisions.
Notoriously very hard to make work as a career on YouTube. This is because YouTube rewards people who post frequent, long videos, neither of which is really possible when animating. You can either make short content frequently, or long content that can take weeks, or even months, or even longer. We're still waiting on episode 2 of Gaslight District. This was even worse back in the early 2010s when people first started to filter out of Screw Attack. So unlike everyone else, Ben had to stick with Screw Attack as they were willing to fund the project during the long period of time between episodes, something that he just couldn't get from YouTube. And there Screw Attack was in 2014, already a shell of its former self, purely due to Craig being a little bastard. He scared off all of his talent and failed to give anyone a reason to actually use the website outside of Death Battle, which realistically couldn't have survived anywhere else. A series which, realistically, was also the only thing keeping the lights on at Screw Attack HQ. Bit of a weird symbiotic relationship, but still, it's quite the fall. And this is still just part 1.
Getting bit by Rooster Teeth.
Oh shit! Look over there! It's Rooster Teeth, come to save the day with the power of corporate conglomerates! Rooster Teeth has an equally extensive history, but all you really need to know right now is that was a far more successful company than Screw Attack was. All because a couple of guys decided to have an argument while playing Halo. At the time, Rooster Teeth was owned by a company called Fullscreen, which took one look at the sorry state Screw Attack was in and said, "Hey, what the fuck, dude? That's it, you're playing the role of Fullscreen. Get up here. Here, you say the line. Say it. What, no slurs this time? Yeah, here. Keeps tugging at the mic. I think he has something to say.
Come on.
Disclosed amount. Things get a little complicated. At the time, Rooster Teeth was owned by a company called Fullscreen, and they took one look at the sorry state that Screw Attack was in and said, "Hey, buddy, come with us. We'll make things real nice for ya." Purchasing Screw Attack in March of 2014 for an undisclosed amount. Things get a little complicated and businessy here, but Screw Attack and all of its assets were then handed over to Rooster Teeth, and Screw Attack became an extension of the Rooster Teeth company. Screw Attack would basically continue as normal for a while, still making the exact same type of content, the exact same way, especially Death Battle. So there Craig was, a stroke of luck, leading to...
Yeah, you wouldn't want to tweet with Death Battle at all, that would ruin it.
A very comfortable position, wrapped in the arms of far more successful companies. All you had to do was stay the course, and everything would be fine. And then things get very complicated. This is not helped by the fact that this entire era of the Screw Attack website is wiped and excluded from the Internet Archive. So I have to purely go off of what people have said. But sometime in the late 2016, Screw Attack went from being its own website
I wonder why they did that. Maybe it was to cover things up. Don't know.
To a section of roosterteeth.com. Around this same time, Craig started a Twitch channel called Game Attack, which focused on both live streams as well as live podcasts. My point here is that the name is not the only similarity between it and classic Screw Attack. Game Attack was partnered with Rooster Teeth at the time, though. Jumping ahead a few more years, in February of 2019, Rooster Teeth decided that Screw Attack as a whole just wasn't worth it anymore, given the fact that Death Battle was the only popular thing there, and just rebranded the entire branch as just Death Battle, everything else getting thrown away. Then,
that makes sense.
In May of 2019, Craig and a sizable amount of the Screw Attack team all left Rooster Teeth to make Game Attack a more full-time thing. In this announcement, they would very proudly boast multiple times that Game Attack is now 100% independent. Craig was said to be over the moon with excitement until he wasn't anymore and decided to leave less than a year later. The only announcement of this sudden departure being a Twitch stream, which has not been archived. Right. From what I've been able to gather, the official stance is that he left to get back to his roots and start a podcast, which, as you may recall, Game Attack already did. But still, Craig left in 2020 and would end up starting the Craig Skits podcast in 2021. This would end up screwing over basically everyone who left Rooster Teeth to be on Game Attack, as Craig was the main draw and face of the channel. After he left, things got kinda shaky. They would rebrand to Hang Time, and it's not looking too good. Look, that's a story for another day. This whole thing was a rabbit hole I nearly fell down for a few days. One thing that...
So basically, he led his team out of Rooster Teeth. He then abandoned them to go off and do his own thing, leaving all these people in the lurch.
Bothered me for a long time was... why? Why would Craig do all of this? Part of it I can understand. Going back to the very beginning of Screw Attack, Craig made it very clear that he was willing to do anything to make sure that he ended up on top. Screwing Tom out of his half of the company, all the scummy money practices, that whole shit. It's not impossible for someone to see the situation that Craig was in with Rooster Teeth, how he slowly had control over his own company, eroded away over the course of years, and come to a conclusion that he just decided, fuck it, I'm going off on my own. And he steps on a rake the second he walks out the door. I think this is supported by the fact that they proudly go on multiple times clarifying that Game Attack is 100% independent from Rooster Teeth. But the next part requires a lot more speculation because why the fuck, after spending so long building up Game Attack, would Craig just decide to leave in less than a year to start a different video game podcast?
Why do that?
The only thing that makes any level of sense is that there was some behind-the-scenes drama we just don't know about. Maybe Craig was...
Yep, that would be the explanation.
just pulling another handsome Tom and trying to take control of this whole thing that's supposed to be a partnership, and they just weren't having it and kicked him out. Which honestly would probably also explain why they completely rebranded as soon as he left. Completely pulled that out of my ass, by the way, pure speculation, but behind-the-scenes drama is really the only thing that I can think of as to why he would leave this passion
Makes more sense of him just leaving him in the lurch.
project so soon after it finally got off the ground. Questions aside, what matters is he left, putting an end to this very complicated chapter of Screw Attack's history. Let's just see where he is now. This is the part of the video that broke me. Craig has gotten into some really wacky shenanigans. Frankly, too many to talk about. This was the part of my research when I just started...
Why is it so wacky?
Started tumbling down rabbit hole after rabbit hole, finding Dark Side Phil and the Intellivision Amico and all of these other crazy stories that frankly should be their own videos. That wasn't the only reason why this video took longer than normal. There was also my trip to Too Many Games video on that coming out soon. I had my family visit with my nephew for a couple of days. Hi, Miles. Obviously, that took priority.
That's the
But
point.
this tangled web of bullshit that Craig got involved in certainly didn't help. I think as soon as I say hello to my nephew, who's 6, by the way, I immediately start cursing again. Miles, you're too young. You shouldn't be watching this. Go watch Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. That shit's cool.
Come on.
Now and then tell one of these wacky stories before we wrap this bitch up. Craig, after leaving Game Attack, would start his own YouTube channel called the Craig Skits Podcast, later renamed to the Side Scrollers Podcast. It started off with some notable guest stars like James Rolfe in episode 1 and Scott
of course.
in episode 6.
Oh, brilliant.
Episodes 2 through 5, for some reason, are just completely deleted. Fuck it, whatever, sure thing, Craig, whatever you say. The channel would slowly evolve over time, going from general gaming content to... Now, I make it a point not to discuss politics on this channel, unless it relates to a grander point I'm trying to make, like with the Dobson video. I talk about his politics.
This is the critique the other guy had.
Yes. Whether I agree with it or not, doesn't matter, it's just not the type of content I'm trying to make. All this to say...
It doesn't still make sense. If you base your entire career on gaming stuff, it's not overtly political, and then you go towards that, it does seem like fad chasing because you've got nothing better to do.
I'm just going to point out that Craig has made it very clear which side he's planting his flag in. This came as a bit of a shock to some people, as Craig was seen as left-leaning before this. Now, I'm not going to immediately shout grifter, Yet, people's politics change all the time. This was probably a slow and gradual change over the course of years. It's not like he made years of purely gaming content, then did one video about politics that did far better than the others, and immediately started doing only that. Oh wait, that's exactly what happened. What is kind of funny is sometimes he'll do a completely non-political video that's just sandwiched between all of this political bullshit. However, the most interesting story to come from this channel is when Craig went full Derek Savage and decided to host his own awards show. See, Craig believes that the mainstream gaming industry is out of touch with its consumers, and yeah, I agree. Especially given everything that's happening now with Sony and Xbox and all that shit, yeah, I completely agree with him on that. However, Craig decided to take aim at specifically the Game Awards. Deciding that it was too out of touch with what the common man said, Craig would host his own Game Awards, the real Game Awards, where the winner would be chosen by a community vote, putting the power of the awards back where it belongs. In the hands of the people. All you have to do to take part in this poll is pay $30. Oh, Craig, you little scam. So in order...
Okay, so basically shameless money making. And doing whatever he can just to get views. Look, end of the day, if YouTube is your thing and you need to make money, you need to make money. And that's the way to make money.
Or take part in this vote. That's supposed to... I can't get through this. It's so stupid.
The problem is not that he's doing this. The problem is that he seems to have fallen so far from where he was. And it reeks of desperation. It's so different to how he would have done things at the time.
In order to get through this... In order to take part in this vote, that is supposed to be for the people, for the common man, to make their voices heard and stick it to the elite, stuck-up gaming industry, you have to pay a $30 membership. I think the irony here is getting pretty palpable. I decided to watch the most recent Real Game Awards, and boy howdy was it an interesting experience. Firstly, according to the comments, this one was supposed to be like an in-person event, which, it wasn't. Which is just funny. But something that I did not expect that made this whole experience even more interesting is that it really did feel like something that was just pulled straight out of early 2000s internet culture. This specific back and forth between these two genuinely feels like something you'd see on TV in like 2007.
Mods are proof that games don't just belong to the studios, they belong to the players, us, who love them. Whether it's mods that make a broken game playable, like in the case of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, or places like KOTOR 2 where they restore the thing.
Or, you just want to see your Sims naked.
No one really presents themselves like this on the internet anymore, and that made this a bit of a novelty. The first award was for Best Community Mod, which, oh, for fuck's sake. Listen, I love tits too, man, but come on, this is just silly. I'm not much of a modder, but I refuse to believe that there weren't better mods than this. It's a slim margin, shocker, but the Oblivion mod did win out. As for the rest of the event, it was basically an Expedition 33 sweep, much like the fake Game Awards, which is kind of funny. They end up giving their awards to the same people. Also, I would be remiss to not...
Yeah, it does kind of defeat the point if you're making the same decisions, even though you think that it's entirely out of touch. Maybe they're not out of touch, or maybe you're also out of touch.
Point out the 4-minute interlude where someone plays the Halo theme on piano in a very awkward way. Like, she's not even doing a bad job or anything like that. It's just something about this setup is just inherently funny. I'm sorry. Imagine paying $30 for this. Fuck. Imagine paying $150 for this. Oh, wait, yeah, right there, they say. And attend the Real Game Awards in the near future. You can't attend it. It's just a video. You fucking scam. Hang on a second here. I'm just realizing something now. Okay, so they say in the 1337 sponsorship, the elite sponsorship, just nominate, vote, and you are listed as the sponsor of the Real Game Awards, right? I'm looking at the video right now. At the very end, it says, thank you to our voting members, those in attendance in Dallas, and the 1337 sponsors for making this show possible. First of all, what do you mean in attendance in Dallas? This was not a thing. This was just a bunch of videos. VTubers are present. What are you talking about? Secondly, no one is listed as a 1337, so either no one actually bought that, or they just also got scammed. Jesus Christ, this is what I mean. This shit just keeps piling on top of itself. This is insane. I feel like this is a good spot to leave Craig, as this didn't happen only a couple of months ago. This is just what he's doing now, uploading podcast clips daily and doing shady stuff like this. A far cry from where he once was. Something interesting I noticed that I've been sprinkling through this video for those who've been paying attention is that it feels like Craig never really changed his content over the years. Well, okay, outside of very recently.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's particularly imaginative. I think it sounds like he's just going with whatever he thinks it makes money, but not doing it in a particularly intelligent way.
But even then, like I said, certain things he's doing now still feels like something plucked straight out of early 2000s gaming culture. Throughout ScrewAttack's entire life, Craig kept doing the same thing, with the same production value and presentation that you'd see in 2008. The team that sets the studios for internet things to say, hey, look, we're just as professional as regular television. The sort of stuff that you only really saw back in the day. In a sense, it was pretty nostalgic seeing all of it, but at the same time, it's also undeniable that internet culture has moved away from all of that. These big video productions just aren't as popular as something a lot more humble. People prefer individual creators with personality to a team of creators that all kind of just homogenize together and don't really stand out from one another. While Craig's recent output is more in line with what people typically look for from an internet personality, I can't help but wonder if ScrewAttack's inability to evolve with the times may have led to its growing irrelevancy until nowadays when it's completely irrelevant. But then again, I wonder, how would you adapt something like ScrewAttack to the modern day when its entire concept is starting to seem outdated? The idea of a website all about video game articles, lists, and reviews is kind of starting to go out of style. Again, people prefer individual takes on the internet. Just look at places like Polygon and Kotaku, which are routinely mocked and made fun of and generally considered products of an older time. To be fair, ScrewAttack did allow people to upload content to their website, but once most of the talent left, so too did any incentive to actually upload there. What's the point if people are literally...
He was never the creative person. He had people in the team around him who were sort of doing that, and he was seemingly managing it. And he's still a manager without any sort of creative ingenuity.
Only going to ScrewAttack.com to watch Death Battle. Not to mention, community submissions got completely filtered out once Rooster Teeth got involved anyways. I think that ScrewAttack's fate was kind of inevitable. Unlike something like Blistered Thumbs, which was a raging inferno that burned out over the course of only a couple of years, ScrewAttack and Craig were a slow simmer that just fell to the ravages of time. I think I kind of lost the metaphor there, but you get the point. Honestly, for as much of a mess as Game Attack was, it was probably the smartest move Craig ever made. Moving from the professional video game website to something that feels a lot more individualistic. Which again, just makes it so baffling he'd shoot it in the foot so soon.
Yep.
Honestly, ScrewAttack and Stuttering Craig both serve as cautionary tales to never get too comfortable when you're working on the internet. Craig got complacent thinking he could just keep screwing over his creators. When the door finally opened on YouTube, everyone fled out, and the website was doomed from that point on. Things change here, very quickly, and you need to be able to adapt when that cultural shift happens. Otherwise, you'll be left in the dust. Which is why I'm abandoning this YouTube channel. I'm gonna go start making AI TikTok slop.
Right.
I'm Sir Strongman, and that was the thing.
Thank you for that. Useful? So what could he be? I don't think he's got strong ethics. What else? I don't think there's much introverted logic either. He's not in a pronounced sort of leading position or in a mobilizing position. Here's the interview.
Okay, cool.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, finally got it.
You even told me in a futuristic voice.
Yeah.
Now
It really shocked me when I first used it.
I'll use some
Like,
video of him.
all right. Guess we can get started.
Sure.
Man, never did an interview before, so this is going to be fun.
Hey, we're just talking.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
But I guess for now, we can start.
Would I love to see the brand still around? No. because it had departed so much. YouTube was a place where you found cat videos and dudes getting hit in the nuts. Like that's what YouTube was when we started. Screw Attack was not a get rich thing. It was strictly done out of passion, which I think is why it resonated with so many people. The people signing off on this, they don't know your brand. When you have an audience, when you have a brand, you have an intimate relationship with them. They have an intimate relationship with you. So having to get sign-offs from people who have no idea anything about your brand is just infuriating. For the 3 years I spent with Rooster Teeth were the worst 3 years of my life professionally. To say I'm not successful, I mean, with all due respect, go off.
Hello and welcome to Culturescape, the show that interviews the geek creators and influencers who built nerd culture. He is none other than Craig Skidimus, better known as Stuttering Craig, the creator of the classic video games show Screw Attack, a founder and pioneer of video game content online. From 2006 to 2016, Screw Attack entertained millions of fans to go because I was excited to speak with you. You know, I'm just at the right age when I was a young adult, you know, starting to enter college. That was when Screw Attack blew up, and I have so many fond memories, you know, between 2006 2009 of, you know, going to the website, downloading the podcast, and, you know, watching it on like a little iPod Touch, big. Really enjoyed it back in the day, and I followed it as it kept going, and then it just kind of disappeared, which was sad. But that happened to a lot of people during that period. A lot of the early creators that were in the 2000s, something happened, and then we lost them to this current age we're living in.
Yeah, it was for us. It was I would say Screw Attack left with a whimper after I left the company, and it was kind of foreseen. You know, it was one of those things where it's like, would I love to see the brand still around? No, because it had departed so much from what I was doing. And the reality of, you know, if it being rebranded, which I'm sure we'll get it.
Well, the big thing is it diminished after he left. He's making clear it diminished after he left. He doesn't want to. No sort of responsibility there being perceived.
To Death Battle was something that anybody who was looking at it could have seen from a mile away. It was going to happen. I mean, everybody, you know, like I left the company. I was like, well, that's the end of that, you know, which you know sucks, but at the same time, I was fully okay with it. So.
Yeah, when you started Screw Attack and it became big, you were a pretty young guy. I think I read up you had recently graduated with a degree of journalism from the University of North Texas. You had played as a slam ball star, which I don't even really know what that is exactly. It's is that the basketball spin-off where they do all the dunks? The one with the trampoline was that.
Yes, it's basketball with trampolines. They actually brought it back this year. They tried to reboot it over on ESPN. But yeah, I did it 20 years ago, and I wouldn't consider myself a star in it by any means. But it was, you know, when there's only 64 players that are playing it. I mean, I guess technically. But yeah, it was a really fun experience. Finished up school in 2005, and had this degree in journalism. Didn't really know. I mean. I wanted to do something in journalism, some like specifically sports journalism. I wanted to do play-by-play.
He wanted to be sort of communicating, telling stories, and that sort of stuff. But initially, sports is interesting.
You know, basketball, football, whatever. And I came to the realization that wasn't going to happen pretty quick unless I knew somebody, and unless I could get some sort of internship at a major major league or major NBA or something along those lines, and just work underneath a major person, because that business is all about relationships. So I was like, well, I can try to get like some minor league job and call AA baseball games and Lincoln, Nebraska or whatever, and hope somebody dies and eventually move up the list. But that's not really how it works either. So that's where the idea of talking about video games kind of came into play.
He said that he considered being a sports journalist, but being a sports journalist is all about relationships. So he doesn't want to do that.
I've always been a big video game guy. Love video games. And like most people, they have their dark period where they kind of step away from games for a little bit to focus on other things.
He has a sort of slightly monotone, very technical way of speaking. Doesn't come across particularly passionate or sincere.
That a lot in college games were more of like on the periphery for me. You know, I was doing all sorts of other things in college, slam ball, and you know, working at Disney, and just trying to figure out how to get through school. Because I didn't live on campus, I was a commuter, and at the time, you know, my connection to games was really through Tom TJ, who was started Screw Attack with, and he's the one who kept me connected to games. And but the idea of starting a website or a podcast in particular about video games, and it was actually our thought was start a radio show about video games, and that eventually became podcasting. And this is like so before podcasts were a thing. This is so, you know, everybody has a podcast now, and
Apple has like a section for it on its shop, but that's about it.
Right. And it was at the time where, you know, we didn't even know it was called podcasting. It was just, I think our early side scrollers was called Side Scrollers Radio, because we were trying to emulate radio as best we possibly could. But yeah, we started Screw Attack, and we found a really great niche for us after about 9 months of just trying to figure out what we were doing. It's very similar to side scrollers today, in that it takes a while to figure out kind of what you're doing. And specifically back then, there was no monetization structure at all to making a living online. So we were essentially doing this for free, figuring out what it is we were doing. And I was more or less sending emails to bigger companies trying to figure out if they would actually pay us, or if they wanted to work together to make videos for them. Because we knew we started to make videos, did this little video game vault series. And...
Yes, he's doing this thing, but the idea of making money from the beginning was clearly very much on his mind. Figuring out how to make this thing make money.
Eventually, we got a bite. Like I said, I spent pretty much all day sending cold emails, and eventually got a bite, and that was kind of the first push of the snowball down the hill.
And that's also what he's decided to focus on in this, rather than actually focusing on the content itself and the love and the fun of doing the content. He's focusing on what makes it a viable business,
which allowed us to really gain momentum and allowed us the opportunity to make a living doing what we were doing, which was like crazy to us that we were able to do that. So it was cool. It was fun to figure it out.
Yeah, the internet was in a completely different place for our younger viewers. Almost all the infrastructure we have now, whether you think it's YouTube or how people get paid, you know, how it's set up, you have an ad network, or you have sponsorships, or you have a subscriber system. None of that existed in 2006. Yet you know, this to give you an idea about how big Screw Attack was back in the day. Just in its early period, so the first 3 years, 2006, 2009, you guys had over 245 million downloads, which is insane, because it's not YouTube where you just you accidentally bump into a video. You actually have to go out, like, really out of your way, go to the site, download the file. You know, internet's much slower. That takes all the time. Then you have to put it on your favorite device and then watch it. So to consider that many people were checking out your content before streaming is ever a thing, that's just, you know, that blows my mind. It's such an accomplishment.
It was, you know, if you put that into today, I mean, if you were to have that today, 245, a YouTube channel that is 245 million views over the course of a couple of years, that is a massive YouTube channel. And this is all done, you know, directly through websites. YouTube was a place where you found cat videos and dudes getting hit in the nuts. Like that's what YouTube was when we started. And there was no monetization structure. And really, the big partnership that we had,
again, back on the monetization structures, the making the money, which is actually interested in,
that really exposed us to a lot of people was we worked with a company called Game Trailers, and Game Trailers was owned through MTV, and that's where you went to go find game trailers. That was the whole idea behind it, trailers for video games. And we were the first real third party they worked with to create new original content. And there was a thirst for it, and we hit. And what we were doing, we did top 10s in this like retro game series called the Video Game Vault, as well as brought the Angry Video Game Nerd over, and that was just like such a wonderful recipe for success. I mean, those Video Game Vault videos, on average, they were doing 300,000 views, and the top 10s were doing millions of views, and James's videos were doing millions of views as well. And like, once again, this is 2000
again,
7,
metrics,
8, 9,
metrics,
10,
metrics,
11,
views, monetization, metrics.
Where, you know, we were
not about the experience of creating this, the many different stories we worked on, anecdote, none of that. This is about the business and how it's making money and how many views it's getting, etc., etc. What KPIs it reaching?
We saw
always
success
thinking about.
because for a number of reasons. I think what we were doing was drastically different, and there weren't many people doing what we were doing. It was considerably harder to make content back then than it is today. Now you just set up your phone. You can do everything on your phone without having a nice camera. You know, your phone has editing equipment. It has audio, video. You can live stream from it. It's all right there. And then there's such a manual process. You had to record things on tape. You had to bring it over, import it to a device, then bring it into editing equipment, which wasn't available as readily as it is now. Now there's free editing software, but you had to have Final Cut or some sort of program like that, which was expensive. And there were a lot of barriers to entry before you get into content creation. And we were able to, you know, you look back at the content, it's not like it was like great content. I mean, it was fun. It had a lot of personality, and there were a lot of funny like one-liners and stuff. And I think those kind of hold up, but the quality of it was so poor compared to what the content that's created today, just from a visual perspective. And, you know, we're talking like 240p compared to, you know, this interview is probably going to be 1080p or 720, definitely a high definition. So it was, to put that in perspective, the video quality we were using was you know, probably like this size, you know, compared to this video. So infinitely smaller, and when you look back on it, it's all blurry and gross and nasty. But once again, product of its time for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the unfair criticisms.
I mean, he just criticizes the before. It's just unfair. It's just nasty, low quality stuff. Yeah, okay, but also the good things were being done, surely.
Projects from that era get.
It's not very interesting.
Oh, look at all these terrible, all this cringy, negative humor. You know, all those terrible people. What were they thinking? You know, but that was back then. That was definitely the time you could make jokes that were, you know, more
He's having to remind him of the positives of that, of the freeness. He doesn't even think of it.
adult in nature or making fun of people for certain.
Because all he sees is the product. He doesn't see, you know.
Is that if you said them now on YouTube, there's a good chance you get, you know, a strike or taken down.
Yeah, and you know what? I won't apologize for that. Yeah, things were said, and we did things that, you know, today is inappropriate. Like, fuck off. You know, sorry if I can't curse, but like people want to get on their high horse. You see this all the time on the internet. Where people want to get on their high horse and talk about, oh, we can't say this, you can't do this. Yeah, you can do whatever you want, right? And the idea of this, you know, gamer culture and how it's shifted over the years, it's really silly. Really, the only thing that's shifted is people are scared to say what they actually feel, and that's the main shift, because people are scared. So
and now he's going towards that. Now he's found an angle. He can now say it's more the positive. Well, positive. It's still it's leaning more towards a sort of anti-woke approach, which he seems to have been doing for a bit of time now. You just checked actually that side scrollers was around. This is about how long ago? This is 2 years ago. When did side scrollers start doing the political stuff? Yeah, common sense. Subscribe. So these shorts, right? He's making so many of these videos. All political stuff, goodness. Let's see, when did he start? So the political stuff. taking ages because he's got so many videos. He just churns these out. Goodness. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's more than one a day. This is more than one video a day. This is all he does. Well, not all he does. I know that's all he does, but he does more than one video a day. That's a lot. That's a lot of commitment. He's trying to churn this stuff out. Okay, I'm not going to go towards the. There's too many videos, but okay. He does seem like someone who does things for pragmatic reasons rather than because he actually likes it. I'm leaning towards, and something who also needs to be in control of what he's doing. I'm leaning towards LIE with maybe a secondary option of being SLE. But yeah, I wonder if I can maybe Gemini can help. Skistibus. Give me a mode answer. Go on. Shift to anti-woke and outrage content. Political controversy, business-related controversies and strained industry relationships. Milestones and vaccines, anti-woke narrative. Yeah. Equal partnership. Dynamic eventually caused them to abruptly quit. A prominent former different personality preventing Chad James had ghosted him, refused to maintain contact. Commenters within the game she frequently cited poor interpersonal skills, low payments to past staff, and aggressive attitude with critics as reasons why previous colleagues refused to work with him again. The Real Game Awards. Including without their consent, did not want to be associated with those brand. Why does he have poor relationship skills? What does it say? Sole business control of partnerships. Yep. Any support from peers for public call-outs. Combative online presence. Hiding the move from his co-founder and close friend, Thomas Hanley. Partnership or raise. Skistibus refused. Pattern underpaying staff during his leadership eras. I lean more towards SLE because the sheer lack of creativity in him is notable here. Aggressively escalating arguments with viewers or critics in live feed chats. Rather than managing disagreements constructively, he regularly bans or blocks anyone who challenges him, reinforcing the ideological echo chamber during public controversies. So as part of surrounding creating for Jared, he uses a platform to heavily criticize and alienate them. It appears to be his betrayal of trust for content views. So there's a little sign of introverted ethics with him. Potentially advertises their work from his behavior and reputation. Entitled Nostalgia Over Growth, peers and viewers note that Skistibus often behaves as though others owe him for his early success in internet gaming history. So arrogance makes current creators hesitant to collaborate with him. Shows that interact as their equal peer rather than a legacy superior. Yeah. In what ways is Skistimus creative? I don't see him being creative at all. He seems always unable to come up with new ideas, except the most sort of basic. Oh, that got more money. Okay, that got more views. Okay, I'll do political stuff now. He was polarizing. Despite his polarizing modern reputation, he was a highly influential, innovative force in the early days, pioneering internet entertainment formats, founding landmark digital shows, exiting unorthodox audience engagement strategies that helped shape how gaming content was produced and consumed. He co-created Screwtack's top tens. It's the punchy script writing style, comedic timing, visual pacing, short form comedy skits. He wrote and produced scripted sketches like Screw Attack shorts, long form audio shows. Greenlighting Death Battle. But the platform funding and creative backing to launch Death Battle. His production oversight. So he's a key thing is producing. He's not necessarily the big talent, but he likes to produce. But he also likes to be on talk shows, like to be a personality on these sorts of things as well. As you see, a large annual video game party, gaming convention, design, entire around community interaction. What is the relationship with his fans? Deeply fractured along generational lines, showing two entirely distinct groups of fans. Was completely alienated his original nostalgic gaming fan base, while simultaneously building a highly dedicated, politically aligned modern audience through a premium community model. Fans known as G1s, because originally had an high accessible, beloved relationship with his group. He explicitly designed events like the Screw Attack Gaming Convention. He's small and intimate, so you can hang out with attendees as friends. If he was milking nostalgia to funnel people into cultural content, feeling abandoned, enjoy the carefree, positive, and purely gaming-centric community of those Screw Attack, with modern focus on political outrage, mass unsubscribing, disengaged, skating with its currently relaxed, the fun, welcoming energy that originally drew him to this work. So I find it hard for an LIE to have sort of started in that sort of way. I'm more inclined to lean towards SLE. Another thing, is it independence he really wants, or is it control that he really wants? That's another thing. He agreed to be taken up by the Rooster Teeth. Why did he agree to be bought out by Rooster Teeth? If he wanted independence, I wasn't going to give him independence. That was inevitably going to lead to him losing that autonomy. Yet he went into that anyway. The structural shift was not a standard buyout chosen by it did not directly sell to Rooster Teeth. Parent Media Corporation bought Screw Attack first and later consolidated both brands under one roof. He agreed to participate in this corporate restructuring due to severe financial pressures, corporate optimization, and a strategic desire to offload operational burdens. He already sold the company to Full Screen. He'd already given up independent ownership when he sold the company to Full Screen Media. Okay, that's not covered in the other documentary you just watched. Why did he sell to Full Screen? In infrastructure invitations, financial growth opportunities, and structural changes on YouTube. The multi-channel network boom. And audience reach. Funding non-video projects. To diversify beyond YouTube. He's growth oriented, but it sounds to me like a strategic error. Does Skistimus look far ahead in his decision making? I don't think he does. I think he's tactical. Poor micro level force of going personal relationships and long-term legal. Oh, yeah, I think that is particularly bad. Introverted nutrition with introverted ethics is particularly bad. But he sees early internet. Okay, he got in early. He got in early. I'm not sure that's a special foresight. He got in early. We think that would replace traditional gaming television. Launching ScrewAttack before YouTube became the dominant video force showed immense long-term vision. Well, mid-tier independent website would collapse about corporate backing, said the full screen allowed his premier show to survive for a decade under corporate funding. Didn't seem to permanently destroy his relationship with his co-founder. Is his success more that he got in early? Because it's a kind of a one-trick pony. Early and demonstrating a high adaptable survivalist entrepreneurial skill set. That's tactics. That's not strategy. That's tactics. First mover advantage. Exactly. Exactly. High utility business mind. An aggressive growth strategist. Okay, but that's still more tactics. Monthly YouTube views. Recognizing concept that can scale. Shrewd pivoting. Pivot marketing. Creative style beyond what was done in the noughties. Yeah, whilst his business strategies and marketing involved aggressive to match modern internet monetization, his creative execution, presentation style, and comedic sensibility remain firmly rooted in the mid to late noughties. This lack of creative evolution isn't necessarily accidental, it's driven by a mix of identity, audience, psychology, limitations of his creative skill set. Naughty shock jock identity, yeah. Weaponized nostalgia, loss of creative collaborators. So he can't think outside the box, really. But he is good at pivoting towards things which bring in money in the short term. Like there's nothing strategic about his pivot towards the politics. He saw that made more money. Okay, I'm going with that. I think he's an SLE. I want to see some of his early rants. I think that's what I read before. He saw early. The day of a screw attack. The day the ScrewAttack Xbox died. Let's take a look at that. I remember my Xbox 360 died. The red ring of death. Terrible.
we have our big PlayStation 2 versus Xbox 360.
This is a nostalgia video.
And the PlayStation 2 has a giant lead. One of the things that has been consistently mentioned,
at least 3 of them. All of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was insane, but that's show. Yeah. PlayStation 1 was. I remember the PlayStation 1 was real bad too. I remember
all sorts of crazy things that people tried to do, including, you mentioned the towel trick. And the red ring, the Xbox 360, the quote unquote office red.
So this is the video.
Friday, you all know 360 died with the Red Rings of Doom. So I'm pretty sad right now. I just finished all my intern work. I have nothing else to do. I don't want to play PS3 or the Wii because they suck. So we're gonna have to do some drastic things. We're gonna try the towel trick right now.
That's the Red Ring of Death. That's not him.
Peace.
All right. It's been.
Look at the excitement on my face. It worked.
Really?
The Red Ring of Death. Good times, huh? Am I right?
I remember that Red Ring of Death.
Yeah, no, that's probably where I learned how to do that trick, from that video.
Right. So that's not him. Wait, where's his? Dear. Are we going to see one of those early sort of rants from his? Let's see this.
It's a video called Lies, Deception, and Pro Jared, the story of Pro Jared. I'm very intrigued to check this thing out. This is by June King. I encourage everybody to go watch this full video. I'm going to be talking about the first 20 minutes or so because I was interviewed for this, and I'll be reacting alongside it. So let's check it out, shall we? All right, here we go.
The channel that, like many of his contemporaries, should have slowly faded out of the algorithm. A path that he was well on his way on. From working at Screw Attack to going independent, doing game reviews, his channel had already peaked. But for a few days in May of 2019, his name was plastered throughout the internet with news of him reaching millions of views and infecting the dialogue of content creators both small and monolithic. There was an interest in him like never before. For any person working in content creation, this was a dream. But the context was a nightmare.
I think I've been asked about this so many times, and honestly, I don't know the whole story behind it. I don't really care to know the whole story about it, but I gave my input on his time with Screw Attack. You know, what people do in their personal life, if they're shitheads, but they're shitheads. And,
right.
You know, it's just one of those things where, where good things happen to good people.
Rapid fire, there were various accusations coming from his wife accusing him of adultery, other sources accusing him of soliciting photos to go underage tabs, and even the intensity of coverage on him and the ever-changing situation was a point.
So nothing. He used to work quite closely with Pro Jared, and now he's making a video where he's sort of he's going at the guy he used to work with. Was his video on Pro Jared a good idea? Let's see what if he knows about it. A heavily criticized former employee and associate during the height of public against widely considered a bad idea because long-term damage to professional reputation. In short-term views, it backfired significantly due to a combination of terrible timing, a failure to wait for the facts, and a public display of disloyalty that alienated his industry peers. The video aged horribly. For rumors of professional disloyalty, hypocritically contradicted his own brand. Yeah, exactly. No introverted intuition, no introverted ethics. Not good. See, I think he's SLE.
Post attacking Jared's intrinsic features became common, as all were witnessing.
Oh no, no! I'm not gonna lie. Sorry.
These attacks on him flow in at the same rate of him gripping a very deep monetizable body part in various positions. This endless
And also, again, it's the reactions. It's extroverted ethics reactions. There's not much factual content to what he's saying. It's just his reaction to it.
That felt justified in tearing him down came into question when Jared, several months
That
after
mood,
controversy,
that vibe.
video that rewrote it all.
Some individuals circulated serious accusations. They are false.
Which is why it's a story that must be covered in the rise and fall of Pro Jared.
Ooh,
It's not a sincere video.
We're gonna go to the.
See, I think he's SLE. I think he's a dumb SLE in terms of, you know, his ability to really bring things back. Yeah, I think he's an SLE. He's that dumb, but not that. I mean, he's able to make a successful screw attack, but he's not. He hasn't been able to really pivot or shift what he's doing effectively now. He kind of stuck to this. He probably should try something different. But he's not. He's always got a legacy reputation he's trying to cling on to now. Whereas, you know, an LIE, I think, might have actually become more entrepreneurial at this point. Try something else that's left YouTube, try to become independently successful. Whereas he's clinging on to past glories, doing his very much washed up SLE thing to do. So yeah, I think SLE for Craig Skistimus. Thank you very much, Isaac. Thank you, everyone else. Let me check. I've done everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is everyone. Well, thank you very much. Have a lovely week ahead of you. Take care now.